going on? Consciouztv is your favorite breakdown commentator. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and run those likes all the way up. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when we are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Consciouztv member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. So whether you part of the replay gang, active with me in real time, or you all old nasty piece of bush, baby, I need you to swing your bang in this like feature until the algorithm maybe raise hell on the like button. We need all of that. Gotta have all of that. Also, if you enjoy everything that the Kane does here, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. And baby, shout out to the goddamn donors from last live, baby. When I tell you that y'all were dropping bombs over Bad Dad, bitch, I didn't know, girl, that I was fixing y'all life like that in the last live, girl. Y'all definitely let the King know, baby, that y'all needed that and appreciated what only the King can provide to y'all. So shout out to all of my donors from the live streams that happened over this weekend. And once again, all donation information and social media handles are in the description box below, as well as from scrolling from right to left in red and white at the bottom of this here screen. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever you have digital community, whether that be your community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give no damn where you, in fact, lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're out, we're live, and we're certainly in calling. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Monday. So with no further ado, child, let me go ahead and introduce someone. Shout out to my baby mother, Queen B Mom, for the old nasty piece of child support chat. Thank you, baby mother. A little yang. Thank you, baby mom, for the old dancing piece of yang. I'm gonna start calling the dough that yang, honey. When y'all send me the yang, bitch. Shout out to baby mama for the yang. Thank you, baby mama. The spiritual backup channel is coming, child, and it's being intentionally crafted and curated, honey. It's gonna be a true treat. It ain't gonna be no raggedish, baby. I'm taking y'all through there on that spiritual channel, child. So it's coming, y'all. With no further ado, he's no stranger to the platform. He's a moderator, he's a personal friend, and he is an amazing content creator. Bubs to God.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? We here with the Kang. Shout out to the yang-a-lang, thang-a-lang, trang-a-lang, shrang-a-lang-a-lang. Shout out to all of it. So what's going on, y'all? I'm glad to be in the building with y'all.
My God. Bubs, we're going to need some new edits on that intro because, you know, a nigga is plant-based. My face all chiseled up. You know, I'm looking like a Barbie doll these days. Right. You know, yeah, see. The CTV in that intro was the CTV that was gorging down on sleeves of cookies and macaroni and cheese and grandma's cornbread and all things, baby, okay? Now, baby, I got everything that the God intended me to have up in me, baby. It's a different type of beauty. It's a different type of attractiveness going on these days, guys. So we're going to need some new edits, Bubs.
Oh, I got you. We're going to make it work. We're going to shake it and bake it.
All right, tell the folk where they can find you at out here on these Instagram and YouTube streets.
Yes, you can find me, like he mentioned, YouTube, Bubs the God, Instagram, Bubs the God. You can follow my photography page, Media by Bubs. A few late posts, but we here. Follow me on Rumble, okay? Bubs the God. Follow me on TikTok, because I'm back on TikTok. Bubs the God, okay? And this live is sponsored. I'm manifesting brand deals in the future by Top Smoke, baby, pre-rolls. The one I have is called Purple Punch. And I think purple is very fitting because you know ninjas love the purple drink and the purple Kool-Aid, and we're going to see these 20 Christian women literally drink the Kool-Aid. So I figured that that would be proper for the live. But we here. Damn it, we here. Hey, let's get it. Oh, he's
one
gone.
of my favorite.
Oh, you still here? Oh, okay. Never
One
mind.
of
Go
my
ahead.
favorite species of cannabis that I've tried before is Purple Alien. I had Purple Alien once.
That was the first one I ever smoked. Like, that shit had me so happy that I would be getting off work, take a shower, all that shit, roll up, and hit that shit. I would be singing Christmas songs in July. It was that good. And I miss Purple Alien. It's funny you said that. Purple Alien. That's interesting. Okay.
You know, there's always synchronicity going on up in this thing. Always
No shade. I'm sweating like a pastor because it's hot.
But it is 100 degrees in Alabama.
I'm in the basement and it's hot. Damn.
Oh, I meant to tell y'all, y'all not gonna see me cammed up until fall because I can't do it, baby. I can't be up in nobody's studio, sitting up underneath nobody light, and then you got all this damn light, all this solar damn light coming from the heavens, baby. Okay, so baby, y'all ain't gonna even see me cammed up until fall, baby. Until winter, fall.
No shade.
And autumn, girl. Okay, because I be sweating in the dark, yet alone in the light.
Babe, I'm sweating right now.
Can't do it. 100 damn degrees. Ridiculous. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. So the irony of us being here today is I wasn't even going to talk about this because I just find debates to be super redundant and uninteresting. And I feel like debates have really lost the plot because debates are kind of built to put people who've already made up their mind in a room to talk at each other rather than to each other. And that prohibits conversations being able to feel personable, relatable, and that compels a healthy degree of curiosity, which all truth seekers have to have, because truth seeking and growth spiritually, mentally, intellectually, personally requires a healthy degree of curiosity. And so I'm kind of zoned out and polarized by just the extreme opposition. And when this debate between this quote unquote new ager versus 20 so-called Christians went viral, because it definitely created conversation. There's 50 million different reaction videos all across TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, etc. I think Jasmine herself even followed up this debate with two of the other Christians where they spoke about what it was, free will and something else. It was, I think, free will and something.
They were talking about the garden with Adam.
No, I know they're talking about that, but like it was, they're talking about free will. Oh, and God's love, I think. Child, it was something. Child, it was a lot going on. Yeah. Now I was not familiar with Jasmine before watching these debates. I don't have any relationship to her content. I've never seen her at work. I realized though by watching the 1 versus 20 that I have seen her in my reels randomly. I'm like, oh, this is that lady that I be seeing in my Instagram algorithm. I never really like stopped to get into it because I just be doom scrolling. It has to be something really exceptional happening for me to actually pause a doom scroll. Other than that, it's just kind of a zip line elevator experience. And so I was like, okay. And then I heard like a lot of hype around Jasmine. Like, okay, this is big dog. This is Titan child. This is da 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 da. If I'm being really honest, I wasn't impressed. I'm actually more impressed by Jasmine's reels and her like intentional crafted 3-minute short form content than I was seeing her in a forum like this, for 2 reasons. I wasn't impressed because I felt like, considering that Jasmine, like most of us, grew up Christian and inherited Christianity, and I believe somebody said that she has some type of a formal education in Christianity. I don't know whether she's got her degrees in divinity or do you know what that is? She got her degree as a theologian. Is she a historian? Is she?
I think she was poised. I can't remember verbatim, but I think she was poised to become a minister. I know that she was a pastor's kid. Her father, you know what I'm saying, and I think she said she won some sort of, I forgot what it's called, where you can name any of the scriptures in under like 5 seconds or find them or something. So she obviously was more well versed than the people that she was talking to. So
Okay, so that's the part that I wasn't impressed by, because I didn't feel that she was more well versed. I feel like there were times they were more well versed than her, and times that she was more well versed than them. I felt like for her to come out of Christianity and apparently be a pastor's child and all of this, and she grew up in the culture, like I said, like most of us have. I felt like she could have really tore. She could have really tore, like, given all the hype that was around all of this and who she is supposed to be and her level of education and insight. I thought she was going to rip the land. I thought she was going to torch and scorch the auditorium.
Correct.
These 20 Christians. I thought she was going to do a reverse inquisition on them and that they would be the ones burnt at the stake. I thought it was going to be a slaughter. I thought it was going to be like a reverse. I thought she was, coming there to avenge all the witches who were brutally and innocently murdered during the witch trials. That's what I was expecting. What I got was a very docile Jasmine, which I'm glad she was as well behaved as she was, because we know that Christians like to gaslight, and then they like to use emotions like most gaslighters do in order to invalidate what you're saying. So I could tell that she's very she has a lot of self-control and she's very poised, and I really love that for her. But in terms of the execution, I felt like when we review this, I'm going to do a better job in responding
I mean, yeah, I know that's
to these so-called Christians than she is.
Right. I do want to say that. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know why she didn't tear. There were also other things. I don't know if we should get into it now, but I felt like there were so many I'm not going to go into it specifically. I'll go into it as it plays out, but there were so many opportunities where she allowed the Christians to deviate from Christianity, and instead of clocking it and using that to fuel her point, because every time they did that, they really made her point. And I don't know why she didn't correlate it and she didn't acknowledge that in order to make them have to eat crow, because there were so many opportunities where they really just rolled the ball in her court, and it didn't seem like she really knew that the ball was in her court. And also, like, to be honest, because I've listened to it basically more than half of the debate right now. When I look at everything that I noted, Jasmine never even really had to use her own beliefs to debate them. She actually could have used the whole entire Bible as her own defense. And that's what I also found so wild. It's like there was so much of the Bible is actually on Jasmine's side. And because she, quote unquote, is supposed to be well versed in all of this, and she can put on like a Christian cerebral and just find all of the scriptures fluidly and telepathically. I was like,
I just caught it.
Why is she not using the Bible against them? Because I was able to use the entire Bible against Christians. So all of that was just like sitting on the floor, and I felt like that just kind of contributed to the pace of the debate, where it kind of just felt slow, it lagged, it was redundant. It was just like, child, you could have already lightning struck these people down.
Right.
I mean, like literally, it was like, girl, send them out in bundles, leaving them crippled in bundles. Girl, send them out. Bring them in, send them out. Bring them in, send them out. Like it was all on the floor. Right. It was all on the floor. So, and one more thing, then I'm gonna let Bubs kind of get into his bag about it. I expect Christians to do what they did, but a part of why I just don't find talking to people who have a made up mind already is because the other side has no capacity to find value in what you're saying, even if you're finding value in what they're saying. So I noticed that Jasmine was agreeable.
Yeah.
She was willing to, okay, yes, etc. She was willing to affirm certain things that, you know, they were saying, but that never came from the other side. Like you can tell that these were 20 cult members. You can tell that these people thought that if they in any kind of way, girl, acknowledge and agree with her that they were going to bust hell wide open, child, that it was going to be belt to ass by God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. So I was just like, damn. You know, the Christians were so stoic and they were really just trying to convert her. They didn't have any type of curiosity. They wasn't willing to see what she was pointing out at times in its correlation to the Bible. They were just there to rebuttal, and to market Christianity to her so that they can go home and feel as though they saved a demonically possessed witch who now knows Christ. And, you know, they have another ruby diamond under their belt as good evangelicals. So, I'm just like, But, Bubs, what were your observations?
Yes, first of all, I kind of want to touch on what you said earlier, because I do agree with that first. I guess I'll start with that as a bridge or whatever to my...
You sound low to me, but that may be due to
that's
AC
probably... Can you hear me now?
Fans. Okay, you sound much... Yeah, you sound...
I have to actually be like
much more projected.
Mic.
Oh, yeah, because you know that snowball is meant for close up tongue kissing. So, yeah.
Oh, Lord. So I got to basically make... Okay, well, Deshaun, you about to be happy as hell tonight. I said I'll start with something you said as the bridge into like my other thoughts. But I do agree with you. In this point in time, I feel like, baby, if you are quote unquote this titan, and I do believe that Jasmine is growing. She is at a higher place than unfortunately a lot of other people. There is always room for improvement, which I'm grateful for this live because I'm going to be learning as well. In that commentary, yes, I believe she should have just used the Bible completely. Use the Bible completely against them. I agree with that. Make them defend their own talking points. Make them make it make sense. Because if you are claiming to be connected to something that is supreme and above all things and knows everything, then why is there confusion? Because this God is not the author of it, correct? I do believe that, excuse me, when we have these conversations with people who already have their mind made up, to CTV's point, yes, at this point, scorch the land, because we know what they want to do to people like us. No shade, which I guess I'll get into my objective thoughts real quick. There is something known as, excuse me, the 7 Mountain Mandate. I kind of want to make sure that that is something that we also pay attention to, and I'm going to keep bringing up, reiterating throughout this live. The 7 Mountain Mandate is a conservative Christian dominionist ideology teaching that believers must take control of 7 key cultural spheres: religion, family, education, government, media, arts, and entertainment, and business, to establish biblical values on earth and prepare for Christ's return. Which is why in this live, to CTV's point, They were not willing to be open-minded. Because if you're open-minded, you are in alignment with the damn devil. And we can't have that. But here's the thing that I also want to say too. To CTV's point about Jasmine being, could have really nuked the land, in his words, which I do agree with. I think she was also being strategic and methodical about it, because it's like, baby, I talk on TikTok to motherfuckers every single goddamn day about this shit. Now that we got 20 motherfuckers in the room, because where 2 or 3 are gathered together, there I am. It was 20 of y'all. Like someone said in the comments, which is true. Before y'all even got to know Jasmine, y'all started singing "Victory is Mine" and started swaying back and forth. That seems like some ritualistic, lesbian, witchy shit its damn self. This was the opportunity for y'all to, quote unquote, convert that witch, because y'all are in supreme power. And all she did was just prove to y'all how the witch knows your Bible more than you do, which is why y'all weak in your faith. And baby, again, Jasmine does this. It's time for the people who are watching, the people who are listening, to now also study to show themselves motherfucking approved, including me. Because I really don't fuck with the Bible no more, because I'm not subscribed to organized religion. But at the same time, I think I'm gonna have to start reading it again now, because we're going down this dark ass fucking path. And when you have people who are dealing with such deep religious psychosis, these people will unalive you. They have done it historically, and we are getting to that point again. And it proved that, girl, the only motherfuckers who are really ignorant and fear-based and scared as hell is the Christians. Y'all do not love God at large. Y'all do not love God. Y'all fear God, and y'all follow him because you don't want to go to hell. Well, like CTV said in the other live, girl, there's not a one human being on planet Earth that is living that book 100%. So guess what? We are going to hell, according to that book then. See you at the fish fry, as Mother T.S. Madison would say. And Jasmine just proved that, which is why these hoes had to try to redeem themselves again and failed. They're failing every time. They're getting called out in the comments. They're getting clocked. Their egos are being checked. And then on top of that, all of their investment into this belief, the same belief that destroyed your ancestors' belief to get you where the fuck you are now. Yeah, ancestors rolling in their fucking graves right now. Ancestors motherfucking reaching up from the depths of the sea right now at the bullshit that some of you Negroes are doing. Trying to apologize for something. But like Jasmine said at the end of the live, or the video, excuse me, there's so much shit going on, because every time y'all talking about how good God is, it's always, well, he's faithful here and he's doing it there. Okay, well, if it's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore, where is the right now? And y'all got the power and the influence. I'm sorry. A lot of y'all are sheep, and y'all are playing along with y'all own slaughter, which is why Trump loves some of y'all. He already called y'all dumb, stupid, and ignorant, and y'all believe it because y'all believe that he's y'all savior. There is no manifestations happening. Ain't nobody walking to funeral homes and morgues and raising the dead. Ain't none of them hoes walking through the hospital and putting their hands on motherfuckers and they're recovering from these terminal illnesses. And they're definitely not walking in the core elements of Christ, which brings forth all that manifestation, which is love. Which is why, again, the weak-ass, fear-based ass Christians were the ones who had to prepare for war, because that's all the fuck it was, war. Oh, Lord, maybe if y'all did the right thing, Christ would come back. I mean, Christ probably looking down and saying, girl, do I want to come back and represent them? Because y'all kind of making me feel like Martin Luther King from the Boondocks, bitch. Is this what I got all those ass whoopings for, ho? For y'all to do this to me? Maybe I should have just got off the cross. Maybe I should have just let the motherfuckers just come down and do all this shit. I absorbed all of y'all bullshit just for y'all to continue to play in my fucking face like this. They don't want to know the origin of their book. They don't want to learn about the other lost books of the Bible. They don't want to understand that this Bible that we've been given is literally their own next edition of the slave Bible, where they took out all the empowering scriptures that allow you to connect with God, source, universe, consciousness for yourself. Took all that away and then create the bullshit and then come through as the savior. They are the fucking the destroyer, torturers, and the remedies to everything. And these people blindly follow them. Hey, we about to see who really Christian. Thanks to Trump, we about to see who really Christian. We about to see who's really Christ-like. We about to see who's really about their neighbor. We're about to see who's really open-minded. We're about to see the ones who are going to go through the valley of the shadow of death and still fear no evil. You might be trembling, but I ain't going to fear this motherfucker to where I'm going to stop. We're going to see what that looks like. And I want y'all to be the judge on what y'all see. And if you feel that you could redeem the Christians in this life, by all means, go ahead. But you got to make it make sense. You have to make it make sense. And the only way that it will make sense to the people that is considered the non-believers is that it has to manifest in the non-believers world. That's the fucking bridge. So y'all got work to do. That's it.
So we're going to get into the actual debate. This, of course, is a reaction video covered by Fair Use, and I have the speed as far up as I can for you to make out, but for shit to move swiftly along, because we're not going to be listening to every single talking point. We're just gonna kind of go through each prompt and let it play enough to open up the discussion, and then we'll just be kind of moving in chronological order. All right, guys? So run the likes all the way up. Thumbs up, share. Fair Use is in the building. And shout out to Dr. Daf Show on YouTube. Make sure you give her a click and a view. Okay. She produced this debate. Shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to the Christians. And let's proceed with the first prompt. The first prompt is: crystals possess genuine healing and spiritual energy that can positively influence our lives.
Energy that can positively impact our lives. I'm Jasmine. I'm Leah. I'm Janine. I'm Kalia. Crystals possess genuine healing and spiritual energy that can positively impact our lives. I do believe that there are energetic properties that come with crystals, and so that's why I chose this prompt. I know there's often an association of crystal usage being demonic because it is not of God, but crystals are also mentioned in the Bible, and they are mentioned in specifics, like the breastplate of righteousness. There's sardonyx, there's lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli, for example, is great for strength. That is one of its energetic properties. It makes sense as to why God would choose one of those.
I also see that it's like freezing a little bit on StreamYard. That's between StreamYard and YouTube. I don't got nothing to do with that, but as long as y'all can hear it, that's what's more importantly.
As something to go in a breastplate. So that's why I chose this one.
Awesome. The first thing I want to ask you, and I won't ask a bunch of questions, I just want to be able to begin a dialogue. What science do you believe or have you found to confound the claim that crystals possess healing energy?
So when I think of the science behind it, it's not necessarily that science has said these vibrations match love. But if you see pink, more often than not, pink as a color, because color theory exists, is associated like the color that you're wearing. It's very soft. It makes you feel maybe a little bit more calm, just like the color lavender. So I think the same way colors have an influence and music would have an influence, crystals have the ability based off how they look to make you feel a certain way. And when found in mass in caves and things of that nature, there may be overwhelming energy that you feel from that. So that's my standpoint on it. It's not necessarily that I believe science has said that's not what it is. When we think of healing properties, all things that heal don't have to be through the methods of, I want to say this carefully, science, because you can heal emotionally. And I'm sure there's like a scientific connection to that. But I think if a song makes you feel good, like has there ever been a song that got y'all through something? Well, then that song has healing properties. The artist that sung that song may have an anointing or a calling or whatever to sing. So their voice has healing properties. So this crystal has healing properties. Okay. That's how I see it.
So you would say the healing properties are more so something that is experienced and observed by humanity. Okay, cool. Because I was going to say, you know, I've had a few conversations with New Agers, and there tends to be kind of this co-opting of scientific language to push forth that they are affirmed by science.
Yeah.
And a lot of it tends to be like a pseudoscience or just like a misunderstanding of the science. I actually read a holistic medical journal from Nelson Mandela University, and they were talking about how amethyst is associated with not getting drunk, and then another crystal, another crystal was associated with not being poisoned. And I looked that up, and it was confounded in Greek mythology and confounded in Roman mythology.
Right.
So I think it's important, just for the viewers as well, that like a lot of this is confounded in mythology. And if you believe in mythology, then that's okay.
Right.
But I think the claim crystals have healing properties can insinuate that there's a science.
Absolutely. I do think there should always be like a differentiating or a specification as to what the healing property is, because I've worn amethyst and then went out to the bar and got plastered. So I know for sure it doesn't keep you from getting drunk, but that's not a claim that I would make. Normally when we talk about amethyst, we talk about its association to the crown chakra. So its ability to help provide knowledge, but that's because purple is associated with royalty, and royalty, normally they were the most knowledgeable, the most educated, so academics. So there are always these correlations, but I am not one that's like, oh, if you put these crystals on your body, I don't know, maybe but that's not my personal belief, and it's not that science has said these crystals can heal. What do you think?
Yeah, I just want to talk really quick about you said like crystals being in the Bible. And I know the main two instances are, like you said, the breastplate of Aaron, that's in Exodus 28, and then the New Jerusalem, which is in Revelation 21.
Yes.
And I just wanted to touch on the context of the scripture. So for Aaron's breastplate and the New Jerusalem, both times those crystals are in symbolization of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Right.
So in each time, in each context, it's just symbolization of the 12 tribes. Like, I guess, let me just get more of your thoughts on like, what do you see the crystals have in scripture that makes you believe that they do possess those properties?
I love that question. If they represent the 12 tribes of Israel, I think there would be a reason as to why God would name each specific crystal per specific tribe of Israel. So lapis lazuli, sardonyx, and I'm just going to name random crystals just because I can't remember the ones in the scripture right now. So let's say like clear quartz. The clear quartz tribe may be associated with those that have a clear thought. They tend to possess more clarity. Whatever the crystal is that God associated with that tribe, I would assume is because that tribe has a certain reflection, certain symbolism. So I still see the crystals as symbolism for certain things. I'm not taking away from that.
So I guess more so the question I have is, with Aaron's breastplate, with the New Jerusalem, the foundation of the New Jerusalem, what would you like? What would happen, or like what would? I guess I'm a little confused on how you are taking the crystals from the scripture and like kind of just saying that they are able to do said things.
Well, the crystals are placed in the scripture. They are named in specific, like he chose 12 of them. And to have the specific names of the crystals, I think if God just wanted it to be just stones, he would have just left it at stones. He wouldn't have named stones, then told us what the stones are. So based off the historical and when I say historical, I just mean those that have been working with crystals for a long time, the properties that are associated with them, I just think that maybe there is a connection between the specific crystals. Again, like lapis lazuli, I'll go back to that one. Not only does it represent strength, it's very good for wealth, very good for money. So maybe the merchants, I don't know which tribe had lapis lazuli, but I don't know why God chose to give that tribe. I don't know what the tribes of Israel, those 12 tribes, meant to God, who they were in specific by name. Because if I knew them by name and their specific traits of the tribe, then I would be like, oh, well, let's look up the crystal and see if there's a correlation between the two. But again, I'm not saying because these crystals are in the Bible that's why they have healing properties. I'm just saying there's not a reason to demonize them because God created crystals. So anything of God's creation cannot be.
I definitely give you this last thing. So one thing, I've had my own whole experience of coming to the Lord, but one thing that I do know is 2 Corinthians 11:14 says, even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. And I do believe that in the world, Satan has allowed so many things to confuse us as humanity.
Absolutely.
So I can't really subscribe to crystals just being or having this property to be able to, like heal people. That's all.
Yeah, so I wanted to say to that point, you spoke about how, God created crystals. And so, it's something that he did. And the Bible talks about a couple of things about how he uses the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And in that, there are things that God created that he placed for us to admire, to see, and to look at, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has a specific power. You talked about how these particular crystals and stones and things are referenced in the Bible, but it was not put in scripture as a form of protection or it's going to do something. It has a power. It's a symbol that God is showing for you to look at, to admire, or whatever God is trying to connect with these stories for you to see and different things like that. So I guess what I'm saying is, where do you believe in scripture that it points to this thing has the power and not God? Because God will also call us to utilize things, see things, and from that the power can be
The same way there would be the mother of the church that has the ability to lay hands. Our mother of the church, Medea, she had the ability to lay hands. So that's God moving through someone. I didn't and don't believe that the crystals by themselves have power. No. I believe the wielder, the person holding the intention behind the person using the crystal, is what influences power, your intention. And so the symbolism in the Bible, because again, I've heard y'all mention symbolism 3 times now. What is the reason God used that symbolism? What does the symbolism depict then? That's my question. Right. But what do those 12 tribes of it?
Okay. So I think that played out enough. I'm gonna let you go first in every prompt because I think, that probably is best.
Okay. Again, for my perspective, I kind of want to also speak more on the 7 Mountain Mandate. Because again, I'm over here in real time trying to still, and now that I'm listening to this, again, I'm having new thoughts. So I'm kind of like still processing certain things. But when we talk about the Seven Mountain Mandate, one of those mandates are the educational aspect. Did you notice how these individuals ask, well, what type of proof do you have? What type of proof do you have? Because they're going to present or say, well, when I did my research on what you're doing, even though it's not objective research, it's not peer-reviewed research, it's not double-checked, triple-checked, it's just basically to hide their own holes in their own logic, right? So they come through and say, oh, well, based off of what I learned about what you're saying, it's confounded in all these different type of things because we're on something that is more solid. So again, when we talk about the Seven Mountain Mandate, especially in the realm of education, like in this debate, here's the thing, viewers, and again, this is just the AI thing I'm reading here. Viewers frequently point out that many of the participants, as you will continue to see, do not simply present Christianity as their personal truth. Jasmine is saying, for one, I'm a spiritualist. Y'all keep putting me in a box. Bitch, I'm not in a box. I'm me. I'm going to find what works for me and customize it because it's my own personal life. So they're walking in their personal truth. Those other individuals don't have a personal truth because they transform their personal truth into this more communal truth, okay? They present this as the foundational reality of the universe. So like CTV said, these people already have this idea in their mind that they are supreme. The only thing that they are supposed to do now is to reclaim by any means necessary what the devil, the enemy, stole from them. So here it is, Jasmine is being open-minded, still saying, hey, because I'm not in a box, I still get to ask questions. I still get to be ignorant because I don't know everything and know that I will learn in time because I love myself. And I know that if I love myself, I'm going to connect with everything that God is. Because God is, correct? I am the I am, right? It is in all things. Jasmine understands that. These individuals are sitting here believing that because Jasmine is not on their side, that they are making the crystals gods, amethysts are gods, these different things are gods, when Jasmine literally said that in your book, God gave these stones, these jewels, there had to be a reason why. They have a name, which means they have a purpose. If God, the supreme being, is giving you something to go on your breastplate, which is a part of armor for war, girl, to enhance, to strengthen, or whatever that crystal, the core elements of it hold that you can tune into. And again, I'm still a baby in this. CTV will break it down in a more expert way. I'm just letting you know what I know, right? You have the power because the God in you, the spark in you, the divine light in you that will never leave nor forsake you unless you believe it. You have power to connect to that. And I think you said something a long time ago in the realm of when people use the term witch, and I guess in a way that could be more constructive as far as doing something in a negative way, is that these are people who have unauthorized use of this information. They have information and they don't know how to properly utilize it, which is why, again, when you talk to people who are actually spiritual, again, on higher levels, they have a outline of what it is that you're supposed to do. For example, if you're working with an Orisha, there are offerings that you have to give and respect that you also have to give. You have to do your research. A lot of people, when they branch out of organized religion and then want to explore spirituality, again, there is no teacher there. There is no community there to be able to help these people, first of all, with this transition. It's just one radical shift to the other, and people get deep off in it. That's why a lot of people will say, oh, well, when I was doing stuff, I manifested demons and I got fucked up and God saved my life. Yeah, because you did not know what the hell you were doing with the information any fucking way. So when you talk to someone like Jasmine, who obviously, if she was contacting demons and shit, wouldn't she be fucked up? Wouldn't her life be fucked up? She wouldn't be married. I'm not saying she's perfect, but she's been able to manifest a lot of things that a lot of y'all hoes praying for. And motherfucker got all type of dust on your coochie because you want to get that knocked the hell off. Like you, Miss Parker. We gonna let me fuck Miss Parker. Okay? But again, this video, this manifestation, if you will. Again, room for critique. We always students, we're learning. No shade. That's how I am. I'm always learning. And I love information. But this is also to show people and say, unlike some of y'all's manifestations that y'all can't manifest outside that book, baby, y'all got up there and manifested how much y'all don't know y'all book. Y'all have manifested the fear that y'all have. And y'all have manifested that y'all really ain't tapped into no power, because it's, again, it says where 2 or 3 are gathered together, there I am. It was 20 of y'all. Her ass should have been, in the words of the undead witch herself, girl, the outcasted one, the McCavity girl, the Grisabella, the glamour cat girl, the undead bitch herself, girl. They thought I should have thrown that nigga in the ground and commanded them demons to come up out of him. That would have been the opportune time, because Jasmine is a big witch who talks her big mouth and talk big shit. And this would have been the ultimate act of victory, or the ultimate act of improving the morale of the Christian faith, by being able to slay what they consider a giant in the spiritual realm. Or maybe the reason why it didn't work is because, according to your Bible, maybe it's because all of y'all were females. Because according to the Bible, y'all ain't shit and y'all ain't got no power unless you got a man taking charge in your life. So maybe that was it. Maybe if it was Jasmine versus 20 niggas, maybe we would get somewhere. I don't know. But I'm done. Go ahead.
So the first response from the Christian was pretty audacious, which was, and I quote, "What science have you found that legitimized those claims?" Jasmine literally should have declared full victory right there and moved on to the next prompt, because right there, the Christians wanted conveniently to use outside biblical data and research as a metric. And the fundamental issue with them doing that is that's exactly Jasmine's entire point, as someone who has practices outside of biblical constructs, which she is free to do as a New Ager, because she operates outside of the constructs of the Bible. So for the Christians to demonize her for operating in what they would call sin, but couldn't even use their own canon to denounce her, and also wanted the convenience of having both non-biblical and biblical arguments, Jasmine should have clocked them trying to have their cake and eat it too, to reveal that this is the fundamental issue with solely using the Bible as a worldview and hub for truth, because the same Christians asking her these questions as representatives for the Bible buy into science every single day as hypocrites. Jasmine should have pointed out that most of them probably have an OBGYN, aka science, a primary care physician, aka science, probably gave birth to their children in hospitals, aka science. If dealing with any physical ailment, probably currently taking prescription medication, whether it be to treat depression, diabetes, hypertension, migraines, birth control meds, or meds for thyroid conditions, etc., aka science. Yet Christians want the luxury of making the Bible the end-all be-all while participating fully in non-biblical constructs like science, medicine, and modern world systems all the time. Jasmine actually didn't even have to argue her point after they led with the question of what does science say? Not to mention the audaciousness of the question itself, because the equal rebuttal is, what science do you have to confirm the existence of the biblical Jesus, of the Garden of Eden, of the Exodus story, of talking donkeys and serpents, or of the war in heaven? What science and data is there to corroborate those findings and historical events, as y'all would have us believe? My God, Christians make it so easy to rinse and wash them right on up and hang their asses out back to dry. What Jasmine should have asked is, well, do y'all see science as a whole as outside the Bible? Because I'm sure none of y'all would deny that Tylenol and Advil have healing properties and factors, and yet migraine medicine is not biblical either. And a country full of Christians use these over-the-counter drugs every single day. So are Christians who participate in science doing something non-biblical? And if there's a place for science in a Christian worldview, why can't there be a place for metaphysics in a Christian worldview too? Why can't there be a place for spirituality, for the healing factors of crystals, when y'all can purchase and DoorDash the healing factors of Benadryl when you're feeling a little queasy? Because like I said, for these reasons, there are no Bible practicing Christians, especially in the Western world, and none. There's never been, and there never be one. When Jasmine went on to argue that it's not so much as a conventional science behind the healing framework of crystals, but the psychological and metaphysics behind its healing, which she made a great argument for, I would have added alongside her argument of non-conventional healing methods by referring to the bleeding woman whose relentless minstrel was cured by making contact with the hem of Jesus's cloak, or how Samson's supernatural strength was tied to his locks, which represented his Nazarite's vow and dedication to God, or even the story of David and Saul in 1 Samuel chapter 16, verses 14 through 21, which tells us how David used the vibrations he played through his harp to relieve King Saul of a chronic spirit of depression and emotional torment. So if Christians believe in the Bible, then they do believe in the healing factor embedded in inanimate objects like crystals. And that can be summoned forth unconventionally, which are all throughout their scriptures, their Bible. They talking about what's the science behind it being the biggest oxymoron of a Christian. Yeah, what's the science behind raising the goddamn dead? Says the same group, especially Black Christians, who have historically used music as a form of conjuring and inducing altered states of consciousness in the church. My God, today, shout out to the choir. Shout out to the minister of music, if you will. Shout out to that old nasty keyboardist, baby, for using sound and frequency to induce altered states and to summon forth spirits into the sanctuary. Christians are grade A delusional, and it's extremely embarrassing. Then, to make matters worse in this debate, the Christians still rebutted the science argument from Jasmine when Jasmine had already acknowledged it's not so much as a science than it is a psychological, metaphysical, and placebo effect. So why are you still rebutting the science argument when you don't even have the luxury of using science against Jasmine as someone there to use the Bible as an argument? Now all of a sudden science is the authority, because if science is the authority here, your entire religion falls apart. So it's just a whole irony of this whole exchange for me. And I don't know why Jasmine didn't say all of this. Before we move on to the next prompt, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond.
All I'm going to say is, victory is mine, doom, doom, doom. Victory is mine, doom, doom, doom. Victory today. Okay, girl, we about to say it. That's it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, next prompt. They paying them bills, we paying ours. Run the likes up, share. Make sure you subscribe to Buffs to God on YouTube. Okay. His information is in the description box below. Channel name, just how you see it here on the YouTuberations. Of course, it's a fair use reaction video to one new Ager versus 20 Christians by the amazing Dr. Daf Show. So shout out to her for facilitating this and providing this riveting content to the old nasty piece of YouTuberation shy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I in the right place? Oh, baby, she paying them bills.
Oh, yeah, she's Dr. Dav. Not
My
Daffy
God.
Duck. Dr. Dav with the cash. Okay? And make sure y'all subscribe to Jasmine Gardens too if you want to.
That's my old bill.
Good conversations over there. And anybody who partake of the herb, baby, you are my friend. You are my friend. Okay? The burning bush.
So the second prompt is burning sage invites peace and drives away evil spirits. My God.
Peace and drives away evil spirits.
Hi, I'm Danielle.
Hi, Danielle.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Alexia.
Hi, I'm Audrey. Nice to meet you.
Oh, no, good to see you. Okay, the question or the prompt is, excuse me, burning sage invites peace and drives away evil spirits. I do believe burning certain herbs, whether it be rosemary, cedarwood, juniper, lavender, they'll have properties just like burning resins.
Well, just for the sake of the people that are watching with the prompt, sage invites peace, right? Aries, and the second part was that it drives away evil spirits.
Yes.
I would say first with the peace part of it, we see in scripture Romans 1:20 instead of the creator. So when I think about perfect peace, whose minds is more sage to continue to go and buy and get it more and more, and I can see where it can bring relaxation, but not necessarily peace. And the perfect peace that God plant can bring peace. I think it can bring relaxation, much like a candle, but not necessarily peace. And then when we get to the place where we say that it drives out evil spirits, this is probably the part that kind of gets me the most, is that sage is not a weapon that demons bow to. Demons bow to authority. Mm-hmm. So that's why we see in Luke 10 and 19, he says, my authority I give you to tread on serpents and scorpions. So I think in this, where it's like what source for the faith issue, because the word of God says that faith comes by hearing. And I think a lot of people with new age or spirituality depend a lot on what they see instead of what they hear, right? Hearing the word of God, right? So they use things that they can see, like sage, crystals, tarot cards. And I believe even with that, it's like we want the spirituality, but we don't want the accountability, right? That comes with it. So, and I'll make my last point. So we talked about power even before. I heard you mention power a few times. And what I think, again, with new age and spirituality is that, yes, we know that can be power there, but we are talking about authority, right? And there's a difference between power and authority. Much like I used to be a police officer, and if a semi truck was coming down the street, all I had to do was raise my hand, and what would the semi truck do? It would stop because power has to always bow to authority. So my question would be, why would you or anyone who practices new age or spirituality choose a lesser power when you have the opportunity to have authority?
Glad you asked me that. So let's talk about lesser power. I think when you guys say new age, the words mean things. So meaning relatively just showed up.
I want to make sure that everybody can y'all hear the audio clear, even though it's glitching visually? Bubs, can you hear it clearly?
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it clearly. Again, there are moments where it kind of glitch, but it's not like muffled. Like when there are moments where we good, I can hear it. So yeah, I thought it was me. I thought it was my internet. I'm like, oh shit.
Give me a 1 if y'all can hear the audio just fine, despite the visual freezing.
Yeah. Okay, we getting a lot of yeses. Yes.
Give me a 1 instead of a yes, because I don't know what y'all saying yes to. I forgot what I even asked, to be honest.
Are y'all following along?
1 for the audio sounds straight, despite the visual glitching. Okay, great. All right. I was going to make sure that y'all good. Okay.
See, but Christianity is also new. The Bible in which you are speaking of was written when? 1,500 years ago, until I believe 95 AD. John of Patmos was the last one who wrote Revelations. So if we have this book that was written by over 40 plus authors, but over the span of almost 1,500 years, but humans ourselves have been around almost in this current version of our bodies, 50,000 years, we are missing a lot of time there. So when we say why would I settle for a lesser power? I think if you use aromatherapy and you end up relaxed, you're experiencing peace. Perfect peace would be something that is debatable because you are a Christian and I am not. So perfect peace, has anybody ever pissed y'all off? Y'all still get pissed off sometimes? That don't feel like perfect peace to me. If somebody has the ability to piss you off every now and then, but that's okay because that's part of life. So when I think about bowing or using a lesser, I am not giving sage, just like I am not giving crystals the whole, the power is in the sage. No, actually, what does this say? Drives away evil spirits. White sage is used to invoke spirits. Now, y'all are going to call them demons because they're not of God. But depending on what the spirit is, it may not be malevolent to me. So I may not call it a demon. I may just reference it as a spirit. But then there are demons within spirituality that we do recognize. And do they care about sage? I almost cussed. No, they don't care about sage. But I'm not using sage to drive them away. I'm not using any herbs to drive them away. We do something totally different for something like that. So when we talk about bowing, I think there's also this conception that I am not utilizing a power bigger than myself. I don't do anything solely or alone or just off my own strength. Every now and then maybe, but normally I am calling something through. I have ancestors, and I have ancestors that did big stuff, big things. And so I will call them through. I may call through.
Your ancestors ever died and came back? Because I remember you had mentioned earlier today.
Did you see Jesus die and come back?
I didn't see Jesus die and come back, but we see, but we do see in scripture where he did die and he came back.
And
we have eyewitnesses.
I just want to make sure we have time so I can get to everybody else.
Sure,
I really just want to finish answering your question.
Sure.
I don't want to be
Sure.
But have any of my ancestors died and come back? One, brought back on a morgue table, because that happens. People do die and then get revived. Just to answer your question as you asked it, yes, one of my ancestors has died and come back. But do I think they are Jesus? No. Do I think that they can save me from all? No, because my ancestors were humans. They were people. They had their own problems, but they had their own strengths. The same way you trust grandma to pray for you, I trust my ancestors in the ancestral realm to do what they can for me over there. What's your standpoint, though?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you were talking about your ancestors. I'm guessing.
Okay, so this is going to be we're going to be responding in part. So because I want to get into some things that Saltine Christian is about to get into, but in responding to Curly Head Sue here, I'm going to let you go. Hold on, let me see if I can span it back a little bit just to put it on her.
And these are very some
Okay.
women is beautiful, pretty women.
I'm gonna let you go first and respond to. I don't know if you remember how everything went, but you don't got to respond to everything because I'm gonna play the Curly, the Saltine Christian too, so you'll have time to respond to her as well. But if you want to respond to anything that you just heard in Curly Hair Sue and Jasmine's exchange, then go ahead.
I guess the only thing that I guess can say in reference to her, because those sentiments are going to be echoed energetically the same way, just in a different way, manifested. But for her, I did like the fact that she was nodding her head and maybe, again, visually getting this idea that maybe there are some things that are maybe clicking for her. And no shade, for the Christian people who are on the fence, it is okay to ask questions. Because even though this was a debate, I got to believe there was maybe one or two that literally had those questions but were afraid to like really get into the nuance of it all because it's a new thing, but it made sense to them. When she talked about, as far as authority, because what Jasmine is submitting to is lesser form because they have supreme authority. And she used the example again in the outside world. If a truck is coming and I raise my hand, that truck, if they are following the law, is going to stop. Jasmine said, because they saw you, I laughed, because that's true too. Because there are plenty of people who have good intentions, girl, would be texting on their phone, and when they look up, you're now part of their windshield, and they didn't know in that time. There could be a person who don't give a fuck about the rules, a motherfucking MAGA ass motherfucker who see you and just run your ass over because he upset. Because shit like that also happens to Christians as well. No shade. So to, again, CTV's point, if you're going to speak about the book and how God is showing up, you need to use that as your baseline. I'm going to keep reiterating this. Again, if you irritated, I'm sorry, but not sorry, because it's the truth. Because like CTV said, when we get into the Saltine individual, it's going to make more sense. But going back to the 7 Mountain Mandate, just really, really quickly. Okay, again, especially like in this debate, they believe that their truth is the foundational reality of the universe. When religious doctrine is treated as baseline general education or objective logic, like they're trying to intermingle and mix with their responses, any dissenting view, like Jasmine's, is automatically, and we've seen it, automatically framed, not just as a different opinion, right? But as an error, as delusion, or demonic deception. The educational mountain about the 7 Mountain Mandates is not about Christians simply entering schools, right, to teach math or science or whatever. It is about rewriting the definition of truth. Here it is. Jasmine has her own personal experiences, and this individual, Miss Curly Sue, even though she's pretty, Curly Sue, don't know what to do, girl, but act a damn fool. Again, spoke from her perspective as if though it was objective fact over everything, because she does that. And the way that they do that, the first one, is by eliminating the secular neutral ground. In a pluralistic society, right, education is ideally designed to be a neutral ground where facts are verified through secular peer-reviewed means objectively, correct? The Seven Mountain Mandate rejects this neutrality. It views secular education like Jasmine's as a battleground controlled by demonic influence. Therefore, the goal is to replace secular frameworks, again, the crystals and the sage and the praying and the orishas and the ancestors, anything that is not in alignment with their religion, i.e. white Christian nationalism, right? Anything that is outside of that framework, they're going to replace it with a biblical worldview as the standard baseline for all knowledge. And they're going to do that, or attempt to do that, again and again and again in this live, baby. This is what a cult looks like. This is a prime example of what sheep-minded individuals look like. And again, these are the people who claim that they have the power and the authority. Well, if you got power and authority, Miss Mamas, no shade, get into 8-lane traffic if you can find it, and raise your hand as far as on the freeway and tell me how many cars you can stop or how many semi-trucks you can stop. Matter of fact, stand in front of a damn train and raise your damn hand and see if it stops in time. Show us the power. That's it.
So burning sage invites peace and drives away evil spirits. I want to say that first and foremost, like when it comes to conversations around sage, candles, affirmations, relics, like all of that for me is just talking about spiritual technology. All that is spiritual technology. Sage is a spiritual technology. So Black Christian with the side part curly hair rejects the idea that burning sage brings peace and argues that only God can bring absolute peace, and says that sage cannot drive out evil spirits or demons because demons only bow down to authority, not to plants. Well, once again, that's completely contradicted by David and his harp, which literally reads 1 Samuel chapter 16, 14 through 23, that the Spirit of the Lord had left Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord was terrifying him. She says sage can't bring peace, it can only comfort. Interesting, because the Greek word primarily used for soothe and comfort in the Bible is paragoria, which means to solace, consolation, or soothing help. And the Hebrew word is mika'ak, meaning to quiet, soothe, tranquilize, or to rest. Well, guess what the word for peace is in the verse that Curly Head brings up in the peace of God transcending all understanding is Alim, which correlates to the Old Testament Hebrew word for peace, which is shalom. Guess what the meaning of Alim, aka peace, is? Quietness, rest, calm, or inner tranquility. Does all that sound familiar? So literally, the soothing of David's harp, or rather the cleansing and peace-yielding results of sage, is the same as the peace of God that transcends all understanding, because what is all God? Miss Christian Curly's argument falls apart not only semantically, it falls apart contextually. Jasmine wins again. Miss Christian is trying to separate God's authority from everything else when it's clear through her own scriptures that God's authority is expressed not only through people like Jesus, the disciples and believers, and or things such as Jesus's garments that healed, the harp of David, the power of God that channeled through Samson's locks. And don't even get me started on other forms of cleansing methods, such as holy water, sometimes referred to as Gregorian water, which is consecrated water infused with ashes, salt, and wine, and used as baptismal water, and also during exorcisms to establish what? Authority against the powers of hell. Not to mention the variants of the spiritual technology in the form of holy water, the blessed crucifix, so popular amongst the Christian religion, which is used during religious ceremonies and combating of unclean spirits and demons. There's like a whole treasure trove of Christian relics used to manifest everything from healing, blessings, peace, spirits, to even summoning down curses. Numbers chapter 5, verse 17, a priest takes water and adds floor dirt to form a concoction designed to discern whether a bitch is jealous or not. Or Numbers chapter 19, verse 9 through 13, where the law of Moses uses water mixed with the ashes of a red female cow to purify those ritually defiled by a corpse. Or Exodus chapter 30, verses 18 through 21, where a priest had to wash its hands and feet from a consecrated basin outside the tent meeting before entering to perform sacred duties and to keep oneself ritually holy. So this idea that only the acknowledging and faith in God in your spirit is the only way to derive at peace or manifestation is just not true, even according to her own Bible, because God is all things. Your alignment to God in spirit can infuse any object or setting, whether it be a candle, water, oil, or that good old piece of sage you burning, and affect both things in the natural and the unnatural. And there are dozens of examples of this in their own text, whether it be, and I'm gonna keep on saying it, baby, that goddamn harp, them long ass Lil Wayne locks on Samson's goddamn head, that sage, that water. Hell, didn't Jesus use a concoction of his spit and the dirt of the earth to cure a blind man? Or use the dirt of the ground to manifest a soldier's severed ear? Huh? So this idea that there's only one way to channel or create a mood, to create peace, or to war against an evil spirit from source energy is just biblically and spiritually a fallacy. Now, while Jasmine ain't say all this, I don't really know. Now, when she goes on to discuss the word of God, most Christians think that means the Bible. Oh, no, curly head. I'm going to have to straighten them coils out for you, my love. The Bible.
I'll give my amens. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, the Bible that they're referring to is actually speaking of Jesus, the Logos, the literal vibration or word of God that was with God in the beginning and became flesh amongst men. When you move further in the New Testament, Jesus, the literal word of God, both as the literal and spiritual existence of God, says to Peter in Matthew 16:18 that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. Now, what does that mean, CTV, in this context? What is the rock Christ will build his church upon? Christ is talking about the rock of divine revelation, which is demonstrated by Peter who correctly identifies Jesus as the Son of God. And Jesus replies that only God in heaven could reveal that to Peter, not a law, an oral story, hearsay, or a hieroglyphic, but only direct and intimate alignment with source could have revealed that truth to Peter. So Christ says, on this rock, where no middleman is necessary, no medium stands in between man and that which is God, but on the rock of direct engagement and intimacy with God will his church, Yahshua's church, Yahweh's church, be established. So when Miss Christian says faith comes by hearing, not seeing, the text isn't referring to the Bible. The Bible didn't even exist during Jesus' reign. He was the goddamn Bible. The Bible itself was composed over a 1,500-year period and is the composite of 40 different authors and councils, which pieced it together over a millennia and a half. So obviously, the Bible is not talking about the Bible when it's referencing the Word of God. The Word of God was Jesus, who came physically and then returned to the spiritual version of the Word and told his believers that he would be with them in spiritual form unto the end of the age. So now that the Word of God is set to be through spiritual union, the rock, and relationship to Christ, not a book, not literary work, nor a temple, mosque, or religious system, but the Word of God comes by way of hearing. Hearing in what then, CTV? Because you're right. They weren't obviously referring to the damn Bible, which did not exist during Jesus' day. So what were they supposed to be hearing? Hearing in spirit, hearing intuitively, hearing psychically, the hearing that comes from the deepest part of your within, of your inner man, of your spirit being, the hearing of clairaudience, not physical hearing. My God, today. I'm going to let you respond, Buzz, before we get to Saltine Christian.
Oh no, I think we should go ahead and move right on to Saltine Christians, because they are the reason why this shit is happening now. Like I said, what I'm gonna do is continue to also implement, which I believe to be very important as far as the educational aspect. Again, the root. These hoes are just the symptoms of the shit. Getting to the root of the issue. Again, one of the spheres of the 7 Mountain Mandate, baby. The educational aspect, they really trying to prove this. And again, in order for a non-believer or someone that they consider a non-believer outside of their boxed-in coffin type of way of thinking, outside of that, you then have to manifest that in a way that makes people a believer, because no shade, seeing is also believing, which why do you think they tell you to walk by faith and not by sight? Yeah, because if you open your eyes, you can see all the bullshit we doing. Close your eyes and walk. Don't ask shit, don't say shit, girl. They gonna lead you somewhere and leading you right to your damn slaughter. And again, lastly, before we go ahead and play to the Saltine's perspective, which is the bridge right now, the one thing that we historically, in a pattern type of way, the only thing that they have done, which is their proof that God exists, and they will also use from the book, that a lot of our own pastors and teachers didn't really speak of unless it was some sort of spiritual warfare. But there are plenty of stories of the biblical God commanding people to wipe out entire groups of people, to pillage, to destroy, to whoever the slaves is. They work for us now, and oh my God, if you are a female slave, especially a virgin, oh my Lord. All of this stuff, which is why a lot of these white Christian nationalists today are bringing up those scriptures that talk about the carnage and the onslaught, because it's calling for that again, which is why they're saying the quiet part out loud now, and are walking in such a truth, because they can do this. The thing about them is that they really believe in this. They believe in this more than a lot of us do in our own fucking humanity, which is why they're able to accomplish so much. And here we are trying to make sense of it all, especially with the shit that we about to deal with. No shade. So let's go ahead and get into what the colonizer perspective of this shit has to say.
Keep talking super. Just keep on talking super quick.
Okay.
I mean, not super quick, but just keep on talking.
Okay, no shade. Well, I guess because I have this lined up here, because I'm a student. I'm a student. A student is somebody who is learning all the time, in real time. This is how you learn in the moment. That's why I'm grateful for this video, and especially this live, but this video, because this video opened up a conversation about how Christianity is being branded and how it is being applied. You have these are the same individuals who said that the gay people are indoctrinating their kids, pushing an agenda. They're saying that we're the ones that are trying to demonize and to harm them and to hurt them. Baby, no shade. Let's look at it from y'all logic. If that was the case, we would never be all. We would never be all. We got videos now of motherfuckers on airplanes trying to preach in a place where everybody is captive and trying to get the hell on and here the fuck you come. At the end of movies and shit, at Spider-Man and shit, why you watching Spider-Man? That's outside the Bible. That's evil. Why you there? So you're going to sit up there and participate in the world. But once you're done getting your little bit of the shit, then you want to go back to the spiritual part and then preach all of this to people. Like the gays could never. The gays could never, baby. We could never be on that level. Ever. Ever. Do you see motherfucking drag queens knocking on your door talking about, are you ready for Bussy's return? Because if you not, is that happening? Do you see Saucy said, well, I don't know if I want to use Saucy, girl, because there's some things being said, girl. It's not verified, girl. I may have to find somebody else, girl. But you don't see all these drag queens outside of school just doing all this shit or whatever. Come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no. But again, going back to the 7 Mountain Mandate, here's another aspect of the educational sphere that they're trying to, quote unquote, school Jasmine. And like they said, you got to pay attention to the small things. Well, for the viewers at home, for those of y'all that's listening, it's their time to, quote unquote, educate and teach. They believe that doctrine is rebranded or trying to rebrand doctrine as fact. Just like the dynamic in the video that we're looking at right now, where personal theology is weaponized as common sense, right? The mandate seeks an educational system where biblical narratives are taught as objective history and science. For example, just really quickly, creationism is positioned as the objective truth of human origins. Biblical law is framed as the foundational baseline for historical, civic, and legal systems. And of course, spiritual warfare, right, is treated as a real variable in human psychology and history. So we're seeing in real time, unconsciously to them, consciously to some of them, how they are attempting to reclaim the educational sphere, whatever you want to call it, girls, of culture, of society. And if this is y'all attempt, y'all doing a piss po ass lawn street job. Damn, girl, I might as well get motherfucking, what's the crackhead girl from Friday and shit that wanted to borrow her VCR to double tape? I'll get her to cut, girl. Felicia. Well, can we get Felicia there, please, girl? Cause
and I'm back.
Okay, go ahead.
Felicia.
Come back.
Felicia
Obviously,
Navidad.
just come back.
Okay, so let's get to 14, Christian.
Or deceive you and use you in certain ways. In reality, when that in Jesus and the occult, right? They seek.
I can't wait for
Heard
the
about,
other
like,
white girl.
So we have a brush from their grandmother. They may have a perfume. They may have their picture. So they have to be invoked.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've ever heard about like So we know you work with spirits, right? And so kind of going back to the sage thing, sage, people do it, whether new age, witchcraft, occultism, that whole thing, whether it's sage, whether it's crystals, it's a counterfeit of a peace that we have in Jesus. Because a lot of people that are in the occult, right, they seek peace, protection, or direction. And I bet even people that come to you are seeking one of those three things. But I personally believe that in Jesus, he gives that peace, that he gives that direction, that he gives that sense of safety. And I feel like I just even want to encourage you that you do have a gift. You have a very strong gift on your life to see and to hear and to experience, be sensitive to the spiritual realm. But I do believe that the devil comes to still, kill, and destroy, that he's coming to veer you off or deceive you and use you in certain ways in reality when God wants to use you in a powerful way. And
I agree with that, actually. Can I ask something? Because I don't ask many questions. I normally ask the question, how many people has the devil killed in the Bible historically?
Oh, I don't know the number. Do you know the number? I don't know the number.
3. And all by, if you look it up, the devil has killed 3 based off God's instructions. Do you know how many God has killed in the Bible? We don't have to talk about like outside of that, because then we know the numbers will then be altered. But just based off historical record, and we're going to say historical record is the Bible for y'all. How many people has God killed? We could start with Lot and everybody that got smoked there. We could start with Job's first family and then go from there. But see, he instructs Satan to do certain things. Nothing can happen without God's permission. All of us are sitting here, if you will, if I'm thinking from the Christian standpoint, because God gave us permission to sit here. God put us here, right? So if God has this ability to know all, before he laid the foundation of the world and before he created the heavens, he knew. So one of the things that I like to ask Christians is, how did God not know that Satan would rebel against him and take a third of the angels? Because God had to create Satan, and he created Satan knowing the very outcome of who would end up in heaven at the very end. So it's kind of like God doesn't take accountability himself, but I know we have to go to the next.
All right, I'm gonna let you go first on Saltine. I don't know if you need me to refresh it to remember what she was saying, or if you got it.
I mean, it's basically just a reiteration of Curly Head Sue as far as she's working with a lesser spirit. She talked about her ancestors. Again, Jasmine is doing the best that she can, because even though this is a quote-unquote debate, she is trying to educate by basically saying we are all connected to an energy source. There are so many different ways to call this energy source. And if you, regardless of your intentions, because there are people that got good intentions and bad intentions and still manifest shit on a big and small level. So here it is, she's stating that your perspective is not the only perspective. It's not the only one. No shade. But of course, because she benefits from the origin of the religion, right? She is, again, no shade. And when I look at it, more so trying to do that colonizing shit. And I love how Jasmine was looking at her, kind of like, girl, how dare you sit up here and tell me about the love of Christ when your forefathers didn't show my ancestors any and everything except Christ. And I think when she mentioned and said that in the Bible, how many times has Satan killed somebody, I think she also corrected herself in like a future, I'm not future, but like updated TikTok video. I don't remember verbatim what it was, but she corrected herself. And again, Jasmine is willing to admit that she's ignorant in certain areas. She's willing to admit that she doesn't know everything. She admits that, hell yeah, I'm still asking questions, and no shade. I am still somewhat open to a connection to your God if we can work all this other ish out. But as far as the people who represent this deity, this energy source, y'all are making people not want to even fuck with it, because again, it's my way, or literally the highway of hell that is available to you. So here it is again, Jasmine being open-minded, willing to try to understand the other side, and they're not doing it at all because it's about dominion. And again, she's not the only white girl that's going to be up here. Now, when the other white girl comes, if we get to that point in the live, baby, I'm going to show you what their performance is. Because I don't know, no shade, and I ain't trying to judge or whatever, girl, but I kind of want to be a little bit shady because this thing got me open, girl, but I don't know what your past life looked like, girl, but you kind of still look like what you used to go through, girl, no shade, and we can see that. But when the other white girl comes in, the one that is clean and primed and primed and just poised and like, okay, she said something, because again, there's 20 different mindsets, 20 different eyes, 20 different perspectives that is veering in on Jasmine and listening for certain things. And just like how I listen for the small things, they do as well. So when she come through, she's going to touch on something that I'm pretty sure a lot of us in the comments, especially in the queer community and the Black community, have really experienced, and try to use that as bait, because again, they're trying to find a crack in your armor to get inside. But if you was operating in love, I would have let your ass in through the front or the side fucking door. That's it. CTV? Oh, okay.
Oh, I was on mute. So Saltine Christian says that she believes Jesus is the full embodiment of the things crystals and sage provide. That stood out to me because she's right. Alignment to source is sufficient without any outward accessories or ritual. With that being said, tell the Christians in this country who wear what would you do bracelets to remove them. Tell all Christians who wear crosses as rings, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and tattoos to remove them. Tell Christians to remove their churches from every street corner in this country. But they wouldn't do that because y'all find social and spiritual value in the assurance and reminder that those material symbols and tools reflect back to you, just like sage for believers helps them to invoke the knowledge and faith that's within themselves and being channeled through sage, which is a tool, just like a picture of Jesus or a Bible or a cross on your persons or in your home is a tool that you channel your faith through, into, and out of. What they're accusing spiritualists of doing, Christians do themselves. There's no wrong on either side. These Christians are being profoundly intellectually dishonest. And it's unfortunate because there's so much space to be reasonable and find commonality and to see the biblical correlations between some of the ways and practices of witches, spiritualists, mystics, occultists, and socially practicing Christians. Christians are protecting institution and dogma, aka the power of imperialism, which is why their version of Christianity is void of the multifaceted, spiritually dynamic, rich metaphysics and philosophy that the original Ethiopian authors intended behind the invention of the text. I want to fast forward a little bit here to the 39-minute, 21-minute mark within this conversation. I'm going to let Bubs respond to that first as well. Oh, before I do, you can respond to what I just said if you have any.
I mean, again, shout out to Dr. Daff and creating this video. For me, like I said, I'm just grateful for the information that is coming from this, because regardless of what side
Who is the information coming from?
I'm talking about as far as where people think, where they're at. And not even just that, just the fact of education as well. There are people that are learning more about the Bible, that are learning, you know what I'm saying? Like me growing up in organized religion, there were certain scriptures that I never heard of until low-key I connected to you. And I was like, wait a minute, that's in the book?
I'm just trying to make it easy for you to say that you're giving me credit. It's okay.
Yeah, well, girl, of course, I'm gonna always give you credit, girl. No shade, girl. What's understood?
I didn't know if that is what you was trying to say.
No. I'm just saying that, again, for me in this life, I'm grateful for that video because it opened up a dialogue and it gave people who literally want to try to understand the opportunity to do so. Now, because I'm not subscribed to organized religion, there really isn't sort of like fear there of the unknown or what's outside. When you are a person who is spiritual or living or connecting yourself to source, to God, to the universe, to consciousness, you're going to go through some uncharted territory, but it don't have to be just fear-based all the time. Again, even fear is information. It's false evidence appearing real, FEAR, but it's still information there. Now we have to validate whether that information is true or not. Jasmine is willing to do that. These individuals are not. You broke down some things, again, to look in Jasmine's blind spots to encourage her, and I'm even learning from that perspective. But it's like, again, it's crazy because we know a lot of those Christians, at least publicly, are not going to receive the information. But you know what? I wish I could know how many of them actually received that stuff and do it in private, because as we know with Christians, a lot of them are very good at performing, baby. But when the performance is done and you get to be the real you, oh, baby, it looks different. Which is why Jasmine said, girl, they was trying to get up here and perform in front of me, girl. But behind closed doors, after they done prayed and shit, girl, I'm getting hugs. I'm getting pictures and shit. I'm getting compliments, girl. It's like, yeah. Just like when CTV was on another fupa having ass nigga, orangutan titties swinging ass nigga platform, girl. Him and motherfucking Reckless Logic years ago, to be able to have a conversation with two people who were actually trying to get it. And because do your tits hang low? Do they wobble to the floor? Ass niggas felt some type of way because they were going too easy on the two homosexuals over there having the conversation to bridge. And here we go on Friday night at this stank fat ass Subway not fresh stomach having ass barbershop talks, girl, about all type of shit and fucking it up, girl. These people don't want to learn. These people don't want to learn. They don't want to educate themselves. They just want to be right because, again, the 7 mountain mandates, that educational sphere of it, dominionism. I have dominion over everything. Fuck your research. Fuck the facts. Fuck the objective truth. Fuck your anecdotal experiences. Fuck the patterns that you see. Fuck the harm that you see. Fuck the evil shit that you see, bitch. Are you going to believe your lying ass eyes, girl? Or are you going to believe the truth that we have? And the fact that there are so many of them that, again, if all their closets were open, girl, it would verify that all of us are going to hell according to that book. And again, shout out to organized religion, girl, because at least they were able to do their big one. And this is what a big one looks like, which is why we're all fucked if we don't do our part. No shade. That's it.
I keep talking.
Okay. Good. Y'all know I love to talk, baby. I have the gift of gab, girl. No shade. I guess the universe kind of wants me to go on to another part of the whole mountain mandate situation. Let's go to the third one. Shifting from dialogue to subjugation. And again, I am using AI to elaborate more on my thoughts, and no shade. It's about how you use AI. I don't sit up there and just put a simple basic ass ABC 1, 2, 3 ass education connection ass shit in there. I know that some of y'all are so used to a yes and no where it's so easy and so simple, but the shit that we're dealing with is complex and nuanced and contextual, and a lot of motherfuckers can't even read above a certain grade level. So for the individuals that like higher education and more awareness, can you please put your hands up in the motherfucking comment sections and let a nigga know, a leprechaun know that you like higher levels of education? Because when you deal with higher levels of education, guess what happens? Not only do you have to provide an answer to the yes and the no, you then have to explain and walk us through the motherfucking process on how you got here. That is how you verify it. Somebody should be able to walk behind you and do the exact same thing you do to reach the same existence. And these individuals are claiming to have the truth when there are so many motherfucking denominations that y'all cannot even agree on a single fucking thing. And it's so many of y'all and yet not enough power, girl. But that's okay. Because the Republicans and Trump and them, they already told you hoes they gonna fix everything. So congratulations again. Now, in this video, this is the AI thing. Girl, and also always double check your shit. And if you wrong, do the one thing that the Christians ain't gonna do. I stand accountable. Let me just read this real quick because CTV back, I can hear it. In the video, right, viewers noted a lack of mutual listening. The intent of the majority are conversion, deliverance, and correction rather than dialogues, because these are debates, not conversations. The educational mountain, right, operates on this exact premise. The goal, everyone, key word, the word of the live, girl, from Buzz perspective, is dominion, not pluralism. Okay? Under this mandate, curriculum is not meant to expose, children to multiple perspectives so they can choose for themselves or even grown-ass adults. It is meant to establish a Christian consensus that automatically delegitimizes, girl, outside perspectives, and they're going to do that again and again and again. And don't just take me or CTV's word for it, girl, or even AI's, bitch. Look at what the fuck you saying. I'm done.
All right, so here's the 39-minute mark where they're finna get into a discussion about God and evil.
But you said God is the universe, so that God is everything and everything is God, essentially. Okay, so that goes against the law of non-contradiction, okay, because which is one of the foundational laws of logic. So literally the claim is illogical. God can't be the thing that's bringing you, so just whatever items or ritual you are using to bring peace and ward off evil spirits, and also be the evil spirits. That's contradictory, because according to God as being all and in all, God is also in that evil spirit. And so that's different than duality. That's actual opposition, and that's just, it's not how it works. Yeah, I think there's a break in reason and believing that God created all things, but thinking that God did not create evil, because the first sin was committed where? Normally they say in the garden, but I would argue that it was probably in heaven when Satan rebelled against God. Would it not be that? But if that's the case, God created Satan knowing he was going to rebel, and he gave him the capability, even though the gift of free will is supposed to be ours.
So you brought that up before, and I appreciate that, but that's not the prompt. The prompt, and what I'm saying,
but I'm just responding because we keep getting off the prompt.
But I'm actually on the prompt. So the claim is that you can do something that is going to bring peace as well as ward off evil. And what I'm saying is, according to the law, and I'm not talking about sage specifically, because I'm not talking about that specifically, but you said that you do have something that you use, or what you have I don't
maybe not herbs to ward off evil,
but you said aromatherapy, lavender, right? So lavender can't be God, and also warding off the evil spirit that also has God, because according to you, God is in all and is all. So that God can't both bring you peace and also be in the thing that you need peace from. It's illogical. And I just want to say, and I'll end it here.
I'm gonna let you respond to that first.
Actually, I kind of want you to play a little bit more, because there's one point that she's going to make that it was kind of like, girl, she kind of had like got you to herself, because it's like the same thing that you're claiming Jasmine of doing. You low-key just clocked that Freudian slip came through, to where you in your face admitted to everybody that you're doing the exact same thing. So since you're doing the exact same thing, in a sense, let's prove it.
But does the point that you're talking about have to do specifically with what they are discussing right now, which is the idea that for Jasmine, God can be dualistic, but for her, God cannot be good and evil? Does the point that you're talking about have to do with that conversation? Because if not, I want to address that first, and then we can let it play some more to talk about the other point, if the other point is separate from.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't want to this topic.
I'd rather do it, because I already knew that you were going to bring up the biblical part of it, because we had a conversation about it. But I was just saying, for her, like, you can say it and then go for it, then I can get my point. So yeah, go ahead, just go ahead and do that. That's fine.
Okay, so you don't want to address the conversation?
Not. You don't
have to if you don't want to.
No, not at this point. I know that I'm talking about when you continue to play with her in particular, she's going to pretty soon admit something to where I would like to pause and then give on that, because I feel like that would be the opportune time to like educate and teach, because now she had a moment of awareness. So she's going to be saying all of this, and she getting spicy, and I on the prompt, kind of giving her that fever. Okay. But I wanted to play. Okay, go ahead.
God or my God?
The God of the universe, right? Because lavender is the universe, and the evil spirits are part of the universe, and God is in all. And so I'll just say this here, because you're not making a scientific claim. I think you're making a spiritual claim, which is fine, right? That's we're Christian. So
Pause right there.
So I just think that when you hold up the claim, your claim, which is that you're having to do something that, or hold on to something material to evoke peace and spirit.
No, go back real quick, because she just said it. I had said pause. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, press play.
In reason and believing that God created all things, but thinking that God did not create evil, because the first sin was committed where? Normally they say in the garden, but I would argue that it was probably in heaven when Satan rebelled against God. Would it not be that? But if that's the case, God created Satan knowing he was going to rebel, and he gave him the capability, even though the gift of free will is supposed to be ours.
So you brought that up before, and I appreciate that, but that's not the prompt. The prompt, and what I'm saying,
but I'm just responding because we keep getting off the prompt.
But I'm actually on the prompt. So the claim is that you can do something that is going to bring peace as well as ward off evil. And what I'm saying is, according to the law, and I'm not talking about sage specifically, because lavender can't be God, and also warding off the evil spirit that also has God, because according to you, God is in all and is all. So that God can't both bring you peace and also be in the thing that you need peace. God of the universe, right? Because lavender is the universe, and the evil spirits are part of the universe, and God is in all. And so I'll just say this here, because you're not making a scientific claim. I think you're making a spiritual claim, which is fine, right? That's we're Christian. So
right there, Paul, right there. You're not making a scientific claim. You're making a spiritual claim. And I mean, well, did she clock herself? Well, we're doing the same thing. Boom, there it is. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
No,
can
I
hear
was
you.
saying like she made the point right there. Oh, you're trying to make a scientific claim because again, they want the scientific proof. Okay. But she said, but you're making a spiritual claim. Oh, well, I mean, well, we are too because we're Christians. Boom. Okay, so what's the point? Don't ask me for spiritual shit. If you can't even prove, the scientific shit, if you're not even willing to receive the scientific shit, but like CTV said, y'all get to dibble and dabble. No, stay in your book. That was the point there. That to me destroyed the whole argument because you're speaking as if though your shit is fact. And if your shit is objectively fact outside of your belief, then science also has to prove that. And you could even do that. But of course, when it comes down to dominionism, everybody else taking it too easy on this witch bitch. So now it's time to be able to turn it up a little bit, which is why she was putting her foot in her mouth, which is why CTV is going to explain and elaborate more on what she just said about how God can't produce the evil thing because God is just good, girl. Oh, well, if you read your book, you will understand something a little deeper. So I'll let him take that away.
So Christian argues that God didn't create evil, that God isn't an evil spirit and isn't really dualistic. Unfortunately, I think they're sadly mistaken. Not only is God dualistic and takes full ownership for the existence of evil, as read by Isaiah chapter 45, verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I said, the Lord do all these things. But that God also uses not just evil. It created it and it intentionally employs it, such as Exodus chapter 4, verse 21, chapter 7, verse 3, chapter 9, verse 12, chapter 10, verse 20, where God intentionally hardens Pharaoh's heart against the very man Moses he sent to free the people, the Israelites, who prayed to him to be saved from Pharaoh. Yet you have in the story God being both the hunted and the hunter, both the victim and the perpetrator, both the light and the darkness. And this isn't the only time God has used its power this way. You know how people like to say God is not the author of confusion. Have you ever heard somebody say that, Bub?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the time, especially the gays, especially to us. We walk into confusion compared to them. So God is not the author of confusion. Or in the words of the bloated tongue, Mrs. Caldwell, author of confusion. Not an author of confusion.
Well, consider that 1 Kings chapter 22 tells a story of how God sent a lying spirit to 400 prophets who unanimously assured King Ahab that he would be victorious in a coming war, only for the lying spirit sent to distort the vision of the prophets to cause King Ahab to march to his own goddamn death. So God orchestrated a king's death by lying to the prophets of that king so that that king could meet his own ends.
Oh.
It's clear to me these Christians have no idea that the God of their cookie cutter black and white imagination is completely different from the black and white of the book of their Bible. And if I were Jasmine, I would be tearing their asses up and nuking the auditorium. Anything you want to say to that before we move along?
No. I think you did exactly what needs to be done. And she already proved her point on how she's even lost in her own understanding of the Bible, because now that this witch knows more than her, objectively speaking, now all we gotta do is, if we can't convert this bitch, we gonna conquer her ass. And we gonna see what that looks like too. But that's it. Go ahead. Because it's a thuggish, ruckish bomb.
Child, you can tell a lot about the God they worship based on their own behavior. There's no way Anyone can convince me their God is my God, my God. Brittany said, speak, yes. That's what I came here to do, child, because y'all begged for this. I wasn't gone. Y'all can thank God, Bubs and Shauna for this live stream, because no part of me was interested.
Cash App, dollar signs above the God. Y'all welcome, girl.
At
Cash
all.
App, dollar signs above the God.
Nah, and I'm gonna let y'all know. We finna go into the prompt. The universe is God, baby. I got a lot to say.
Oh, and I can't wait to
I
hear
got a
y'all.
lot. I got a lot to say.
I done blazed up and read it. I'm ready.
I got some things to say, baby.
I can't wait.
Prompt, my God.
Ooh, I can't wait.
My God.
Good.
Okay, they paying the bills over there. Y'all thumbs up, share. The king and the canktress.
The canktress. What the fuck? Sound like an unlocked Mortal Kombat character, bitch. The canktress. Just call me the leprechaun, bitch. I'm the local leprechaun, nigger con.
No, I had to turn you into my equal, but my counter as well.
So I got to be the S. Okay, no shade. Yes, I'll do that.
Somebody gotta be the boy. Somebody gotta be the girl. My God,
I'm screaming.
All right, so we are in fair. This, of course, is fair use, and once again, shout out to Dr. Daf Show for providing the content that has provided all the conversations. You guys run the likes all the way up over here. Share, subscribe, all that new stuff. Okay, now we're in the universe is God prompt.
Is God.
My name is Shanasa.
I'm Leanna.
My name is Ty.
Lexine. All right, so the universe is God. I chose this because I think oftentimes there is a big rift between Christians and spiritualists over terminology. So that's why I chose this question. Who wants to start?
Can I ask, how are you defining God? Like, what characteristics do you think a being needs to have to be considered God? Like, would you say eternality is something you think God has to have or possess?
No, honestly, I think anything could become a God to anyone. So I don't think something or a being needs to have specific characteristics to be considered God. I think the reason I also went for this question, if we get into like terminology, is when we talk about the universe based off its scientific definition, it is everything that encompasses matter, antimatter, all space, all time, and God is to be omnipresent. So if he is all space and all time, and everything on this earth is of his creation, then everything outside of this earth would also be of his creation. And also historically, when they talk about the heavens, they're normally referencing the sky, space, things that are expansive. So that is the universe, is how I normally apply it. So when I think about the God, or God is the universe, I think about God being bigger than just this planet that we live on. I just kind of make God larger, I think, than how it was presented to me in Christianity.
I would be curious to know, do you think presence has to be identical identity? For example, you're present in that chair. Does that mean you have to be identical to the chair, or is there room for distinction, divergence of perspectives? Because people usually think that omnipresence equals identity. And obviously the Christian doesn't think that. The Christian would say that God's presence is distinct from his identity, which is why you have scriptures in the Bible in 2 Chronicles where it says the eyes of the Lord go to and fro on the face of the earth, seeking who he can show himself strong to. So how would that make sense? Obviously, I'm sure we don't agree that Yahweh is the same God that you're serving. If we're talking about Yahweh, how would that make him? How would that make sense?
Are you there, Bubs? I saw your camera go.
I'm still here.
It kind of flicked out. Okay, just make sure you're good.
I don't know. My internet probably
So
be
I
going
want to make
on
sure
and
I
off. It was
understand the
messing up
question.
yesterday.
We're asking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we can. It ain't no delay.
No, not anymore. No, I'm just saying my internet kind of was messing up. So if I go out, it might take me a few minutes.
If God can be more than the fact that he is present everywhere, is that?
No, I'm asking, why does it have to be omnipresence equals identity? Because it seems like you're saying because God is omnipresent, that means he is in everything. He is the universe. And I'm not finding how that.
Okay, I think if a painter were to paint something, we would say that is an expression of the artist. That's normally why they create something. So I think you're always going to have, as a God of such magnitude, identity is kind of intertwined with your presence. Like if God is all-knowing, well, then that is something bigger than just this planet. knows more than just this planet, created more than just this planet. So it is not that God is the universe as we can see it or can't see it, as far as like the solar systems in the galaxy. It means God is all things and God is within all things. So nothing is removed in that sense. So it's not that his identity is the universe. I don't identify him as he even. It's just a larger, more expansive way of encompassing how big God is, or how much could go into what God is.
Last question.
Sure.
And by extension, would you say that we are all God as well?
Yes.
We're part of the universe.
Mm-hmm. We are made in his image, or so.
I just wanted to touch on your painting analogy.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like you said everything in the universe is God, and that I guess the painting would be an extension of the painter's identity. But I think you're making a claim that there's shared identity when you say like, the universe is God. So you would be making a claim that the painter and the painting have a shared identity. And I don't think that, because if we look at it, the painter doesn't depend on the painting to exist, but the painting depends on the painter to exist. So there's a distinction. At most, we've established a connection or some type of dependence, but not necessarily established a shared identity.
Okay, making sure I understand. So the painter does not depend on the painting, but the painting depends on the painter. Can you elaborate?
What I mean is the painter can exist without the painting existing. The painting can't exist without the painter. So how do they share an identity when the criteria for their existence is different?
I don't think it is necessarily the portrait or the canvas itself. That is the object in which the painting goes on to. When I reference the painting, I'm referencing the expression. So what do they put in the painting? So let's say the painter painted the earth. Well, if the painting is the earth, the painter very well could not exist without the earth. So then it gets thrown back into each other. So I guess that's how I'm looking at it. I'm not understanding, I should say, where we're going. Like when we say the painter and the painting have to be separate from one another because they do not depend on each other. What does that have to do with the former question?
So when you say the universe is God, all things in the universe are God, that means they share an identity. They share an existence.
Can we elaborate on identity? I'm sorry, I just want to hear, because you both use that same word, and I'm just trying to see what that means more so to you guys.
When we say the universe is God, we're saying that the terms are interchangeable because they share the same identity. They're referring to the same being. But using the analogy we talked about with the painter and the painting, the same for a being to exist the way it does, there's certain criteria that it must meet. And the painting depends on the painter to exist. That's a criteria for the painting to exist. Whereas the painter doesn't rely on that same criteria. So they exist by different criteria. How can they exist by different criteria and exist as the same being?
I guess because we're talking about two different beings, we're already going to be on a different page with that, because what you believe a being needs in order to be considered a being, I do not believe a being needs in order to be a being. So there's going to be that differentiating factor. So when I say God is the universe, I'm not saying, I do believe there are different names, like we call God Yahweh, Elohim, Jehovah Jireh, however you want to take it. So we could say God is the universe. That allows me, I think sometimes as spiritualists that were former Christians, there is a trauma around using church terminology. So when I left the church, I left the church and then I left Christianity. I didn't leave Christianity first. But once I left Christianity, I did kind of push away from things that felt like church terminology. So I used the universe.
She's also not actually answering their question. Their question is simply, you're saying you said God is the universe, but the universe is something that God created. So how can the universe and God be the same thing when God is the painter and the universe is the painted, and the painter can exist without the painting, but the painting can exist without the painter?
Something larger, until I realized we're all still kind of reaching for the same thing, something bigger, something greater, something with more understanding. But because I don't understand outside of this planet, and I don't even really understand too much on this planet because there's a lot happening here, I feel like I can call God by a bigger name. So when I say God is the universe, I really just mean God is all things. God is within you. God is you. You are sitting here.
Okay, so now she's clarifying, which is really good, about what she mean by universe, because baby, you talking to literal listeners known as damn Christians, okay? Baby, and they gonna hold you to the literal fire, even though there ain't nothing literal about what they believe. Oh. So shout out to her.
Know how you guys feel about that. I know. I saw it happen. I felt it shit. I just mean God, the power of God, if we want to say it how we would in the church. There is something about God's essence that is within you. As he is the painter, and then you would be then the painting. You are an expression of God. You are something related to God. If Jesus is the Son of God and we are siblings to Jesus, you are God. So that's what I mean when I say that. But I know we're supposed to go.
How long would you say the universe has existed?
billions of years, however long scientists have said the universe exists, however well they can predict.
So do you believe that the universe is created?
Yes.
So if the universe is created, but you're saying the universe is God, how do you...
God existed before the heavens.
And I do want to speak to that super quick. The notion that the universe had a beginning is a reference to form. The universe had form. What scientists actually have discovered is that the components for the universe must have been eternal and already present before the universe was brought to form. So all the energy, the neurons, the protons, the atoms, the electrons, all of the fundamentals of creation, even to some degree consciousness, was already here. Those components were already there. She could have went into that if she wanted to. I don't know if she knew that, but like I said, I would be tapping on these souls' heads like Thor, child.
The earth, where was he before then? Who created God? Was God created then? I guess that would be my rebuttal to that, because that's normally how we...
Well, those are questions, but like, what would be your answer to how can God be eternal and the universe be non-eternal and they both be the same thing?
Well, I don't know if we know if the universe is non-eternal.
Science, the data says that
it'll collapse within on itself, but it's supposed to be more of a compression, not a complete removal of. So if that's the case, but even if it weren't the case, because I see the shaking of the heads, I don't see...
It's a shaking of the heads because you just gave them an age of the universe, and now you're arguing that, well, we don't know how old. Jasmine, your slip is showing, my love. And see, but you're lucky that they're not really intellectual, so they're also not really catching how they could just go ahead and rip her up out of her chair. Because see, if I was on their side, I would have tore her up right now. Like, I would have leaned in, because even in the debate that me and you watched last night, that pendulum was swinging left to right between her and them two. I was like, damn, like, if they knew what they were doing, if the two Christians knew what they were doing on the live stream that followed after this, as the follow up, there were so many opportunities for them to tear her up. And then equally, there were so many opportunities for her to tear them up, but the tearing up wasn't happening on either side because neither one could see what I could see and the opportunity to get tore up. So it wasn't capitalized off of.
The difference between if the universe has an end, where was God's beginning is still going to be my question. I only have a question for your question. I do not have an answer to your question because I have questions too.
But if the claim is the universe is God, like there has to be some type of truth claim that, like, why do you believe that?
So again, the universe is God. All things within creation, I believe to be of God, a form of God. When I say the universe is God, I do not think the universe is consciously creating things. I think there is something bigger than the universe that is filling this expansiveness that keeps happening. There is something bigger than that. So when I say the universe is God, I'm including the universe the same way I would Earth. The way God created the Earth, God created the universe. But it does not mean that I believe that the universe is the all great being. So I don't want that to be the confusion or the misunderstanding.
Okay, so sorry. So there is a distinction in you're saying. So now you're not saying that the universe is God. You do believe in a being that created
bigger than that. But yeah, I think when I say universe, and spiritualists often say universe, we are not necessarily just referring to space.
So not cosmology.
No, not cosmology.
Okay.
Just big, just universe, spirit. Because sometimes I don't call God universe. I will say spirit, I will say source, and sometimes I will say God. I consider myself to be culturally Christian, but personally spiritual. So sometimes my terminology flips. But again, that's why I chose this question, because no matter which way it seems like we're going. Lexi.
I'm just curious to know, at what point did you decide that God the Father, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit was no longer God, and now you're ascribing God?
I didn't say they weren't.
Oh,
see, I knew.
Interesting. So what is? Because it sounds like you have kind of like a smoothie religion going on. Okay, so what are all of the ingredients in that?
So I grew up in a Christian house.
Yeah, I'm just like Jasmine. I have a multi-intersectional spirituality. I like the label Christian mysticism because I never lost my Christianity in all that I evolved into and grew into and quantum leaped into over the past 20 years that I've spent dismantling religion in dogma. But yeah, in there is paganism, in there is mysticism, in there is Buddhism, in there is Christian mysticism, and there's all the things. So mystic, spiritualist, Christian mystic. That's kind of my terminology.
Oh, my father is a pastor. So the Trinity.
How would you identify?
I mean, I guess I would still also say I'm an individual who's a follower of the Christ consciousness. I would say that. As far as like something that I subscribe to, as far as like a deity or something, I'm still trying to figure that out. There's a part of me that low-key wants to learn more about African spirituality or maybe the Orishas. I don't know. I just know right now that whatever created this is also in me, and I'm just tapping into that and just letting myself be guided. So,
got it.
Mm-hmm.
Those are gods, but those are gods like the Greek gods and like Egyptian gods and like the Orishas. All the gods that exist are considered to be gods. So when I think of them, oh boy, this will get very complicated. I think of them in the sense of, I don't know how to say this without getting in trouble. The way I
okay, we can actually stop there. So you can respond to anything you heard in the God is the universe dialogue.
I mean, well, we now that we have more information, again, even with the scripture that CTV gave earlier about I create light and dark, I create peace and create evil. Again, I am the torturer and the ribbon. I have created all these things. So by that own scripture there, God is in all things. If you make your bed in heaven or hell, it will still find you there. Why do you think that when people have done the most craziest, evilest, most realms of debauchery, just all type of outworld motherfucking nether realm, chaos realm bullshit, right? Doing a whole bunch of stuff. And yet God, source, universe, consciousness can come in and love them, save their life. Something so radical was able to transform them. That's why I said the Christ consciousness I can subscribe to. That's why many other people, like for example, Mahatma Gandhi, I think that's how you pronounce his name, said, I rock with Christ. I fucks with Christ. Your followers, not so much. But that consciousness that is in all things, yes. That's how miracles manifest. Because love, you start to incorporate more of that. But because organized religion also played into a lot of the trauma that we deal with, especially in the Black motherfucking community, so much of it, we haven't been taught how to get ourselves out the situation. Or when there were a time when the people started to come together, like where we are in this present moment now, to think critically, to have people who think differently come in and try to find a way to make sense. Because again, like I stated, when it comes down to slaying a dragon, baby, you got to be able to hit it from all angles. Every time they got to that point, these people came through and they destroyed. Because again, with my perspective for this entire life, the 7 Mountain Mandate in the educational sphere, they're now trying to promote their education as supreme. And we're seeing that play out, and we're seeing their quote unquote influence in all these other realms and spheres of society. Streaming, a lot of Christian content creators are there now. Artists, right? And it is not because, oh, I found Christ as far as love. I have a greater empathy for humanity. I can see God in other people, just like in the narrative of the Bible, when Christ did miraculous healing, it wasn't by his own power. You had to touch and agree energetically. The one point that these hoes is missing, girl, that Jazz been trying to get them to understand, maybe find a better way to explain it. No shade, we all can learn. But if you tap into that, anything is possible. It's about your belief. Like my father would say, what the mind conceives and the heart believes, the hand will achieve. But you got to participate in it. So again, for the Christians, a lot of them, because they have given up everything and they see themselves separate of that, or shall I say they're taught to be separate from that, because the ones who realized that they were connected were the ones that they burnt at the stake, were the ones that they hanged, were the ones that they unalived. Because again, 7-mouth mandate. If we don't prove that this book is 100% true and factual, if there's any fallacies, if there's any holes in this mask, baby, it will crumble. And it's on the point of crumbling, which is why now it's like the Homelander spirit. I would rather y'all love and appreciate and adore me and honor me genuinely. But if y'all can't do that, I'll just settle for the next best thing, which is fear. It's still power. It may not be organic, but it's still power. Because again, God is in all things, in the peace and the fear. We're just seeing which side they choose and what they're using. But that's it.
I'm going to open up with some verses first. John chapter 1 and 3, through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made. Job 12 and 7. But ask the animals, and they teach you, or the birds in the sky, and they will tell you, or speak to the earth, and it will teach you, or let the fish in the sea inform you. Which of all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? In his hand is the life of every creature and the breath of all of mankind. Psalms chapter 96, verses 11 through 12. Let the heavens rejoice, let the earth be glad, let the sea resound, and all of that is in it. Let the fields be jubilant, and everything in them. Let all of the trees of the forest sing for joy. Psalms 95, verses 4 through 5. In his hands are the depth of the earth, and the mountain peaks belong to him. The sea is his, and for he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Job chapter 37, verses 14 through 16. Listen to this, Job. Stop and consider God's wonders. Do you know how God controls the clouds and makes his lightning flash? Do you know how the clouds hang poised? Those owners of him who has perfect knowledge. Psalms, the heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hand. Romans 1 through 12. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. Psalms 35 or 33 and 5. The Lord loves righteousness and justice. The earth is full of his unfailing love. Now, what do these verses that are plentiful in the Bible establish to us? A few things. That one, everything in the known universe, whether it be the earth, its elements, the animals, the people and things, or the celestial bodies of space and time, all act as silent witnesses and communicators of God's eternal power, divine nature, and glory to humanity and all conscious life. And that the creation of the visible universe was created in such a way that it is to be understood as the evidence of God, but also that it is so rich as a reflection of God that it can draw us to God's loving nature. For Matthew chapter 6, verse 26 says, look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? This verse is part of Yahshua's Sermon on the Mount, which focuses on comforting humans' anxiety about daily life and stress by motivating trust in God's daily provisions, which are demonstrated all around us in the lives of creatures, and animals who simply expect resources to be provided and therefore are met with resources. They don't require stress or faith, but acceptance and expectation of what God has already done, and therefore it is. You literally have the scriptures emphatically communicating that all of creation is reflecting and ministering God's personality, kingdom, motivations, guidance, and love through creation. That creation was created as a mirror and physical representation of God's eternal and sovereign nature. When Jasmine says God is the universe, I would have cited Colossians chapter 1:16. All things were created through him and for him, including all things in heaven and on earth, both visible and invisible. This shatters the Christians' arguments of this idea that God is separate from the universe. Christians made their rebuttal with, well, we are not to worship creation, only God. Well, what their Bible actually tells them is worship no graven image of God. A graven image of God is specifically images of God made by man, not by God itself, such as creation or the universe, which does not have the fingerprint of human hands on it, but divine ones. So the Bible detests the worship of man-made things created by the human sons of God, not the things created by God itself. More specifically, the better framing of Jasmine's argument for God and the universe are the universe, according to your Bible, is the perfect medium that channels God's essence. That's how I would have framed what she was saying. Because they tried to trip her up in the way she framed the question or the statement. That the universe is a physical extension of God's divine and literal actuality. The way I would have broken this down to a hooked on phonics ass level to sort this out for Christians from the New Agers POV in an attempt to help them to understand their relationship between God and the universe is to describe God as a distant father who's on a space mission and only telephones home, which we can think of as prayer, as the form of communication. And that the universe is the father's possessions, such as the art he left behind, the poetry and music he wrote and made that he left behind, the clothes and sculptures he handcrafted and left behind, the house, the pictures and the children he left behind, which are evidences of his existence and also reveal aspects of his interpersonal nature and personality to us. The universe is the equivalent of God's personal art and culture, which is why the scriptures assure us that we can reference nature and engage it to understand the depth and reality of what God is, and more importantly, who God is. The universe is divine data. The universe is God's data center, if you will. The universe is the university of God, my God today. Let me say that one more time.
Ooh.
The universe is the university of God, my God. God being omnipresent, meaning everywhere. Of course, God is all things and cannot be but all things because God is. Psalms chapter 139, verse 7 through 10. Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence? If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my motherfucking bed in hell, behold, you are there. And because God is omniscient, all-knowing, Of course, God knows that some people will struggle with the truth of God's existence. So the universe is created as a practical and impersonal, personal representation and reflection of that truth for those who are too cerebral to know that truth in spirit and to know it intimately. Going back to the analogy of God being the father on a space mission and having his loved ones left behind on Earth, they are able to share his likeness with those who may not know him personally by exposing them to his belongings, his art, music, clothes, belongings, which would be the universe in this case, to foster relationship and intimate knowledge of God within. But I rest my case. Bubs.
We can proceed. Moving along.
Okay. Now we have a final prompt, which is manifestation being biblical or nah. Y'all want the likes up, share. They paying them bills over there. We paying them over here. All links are in the description box below. Subscribe to Bubs to God on YouTube. Y'all see the donation information. Press the like, share, subscribe, so you can comment and get interactive with the channel when we're loud, live, and in color, because we're always loud, we're always live, and we're always in color.
Support the Dr. Daf Show on Patreon. If you've ever wondered what happens before the cameras start rolling or after the debate,
I'm gonna let that promotion play.
I'd love to invite you to join our Patreon community. On Patreon, you will get exclusive access to the side of the Dr. Daf Show that never makes it into the final edit. On Patreon, you will get an inside look on everything that happens beyond the final edit. That means behind the scenes footage from our productions, exclusive interviews with participants before and after the debates, honest reflections on how they were feeling going into the conversation, whether their perspectives changed afterwards, and what they wish they had said but never got the chance to say. Obviously, you have different faiths and you have different ideologies, and amongst you, it may not be the same. You will also get access to extended discussions, bonus moments, early access to selected content, and most importantly, brand new concepts and exclusive videos created specifically for our Patreon community. Our goal has always been to create meaningful conversations that build understanding between people with different beliefs and experiences. So Patreon gives us the opportunity to take those conversations even deeper while helping support the production of this show. If you enjoy what we're building and you want to help us continue creating these conversations, then we would love to have you join us. Thank you for being part of the Dr. Daf Show community, and we'll see you on Patreon.
Okay, manifestation is faith in action, not something Christians should fear.
Hi, I'm Emily.
Hi.
I'm Sierra.
Hi, I'm Phoenix.
Phoenix.
I'm Maya.
I'm Maya. Okay, so manifestation is faith in action, not something Christians should fear. I chose this prompt because I was very interested to see how we could debate this one. Just off the strength of what it is.
So first, I guess I would like to make a distinction because the way that it's worded is interesting. As a Christian, I'm not afraid of manifestation because I believe it is a biblical principle. And the word manifest in itself just means to come to fruition. The unseen being seen, the unexperienced being seen, such as God's presence being manifested in this room right now. But for modern culture, things have been pulled from the Bible, from God's word, and have been perverted. And so now we have this concept of manifestation in New Age spirituality. And so, for example, we can see in Exodus where God sent Moses and Aaron before Pharaoh. Yes, Aaron was commanded by God to stick out his staff in his hand and it turned into a snake. And through Egyptian magic, they were able to do the same. But when it got to the plagues, well, actually, before we got to the plagues, we can see in scripture that Aaron's staff actually swallowed up the Egyptian staff. So we can see there that their power was limited, is limited, right? So when we get to the actual plagues that God sent, the first one, which was turning the water in the Nile River into blood, they were able to do that through sorcerers. Then the frogs were brought out of the water to the land. They were able to do that. But when we got to the third plague, which is very interesting, I don't know if everyone's read this, but Aaron was commanded by God to turn the dust into an insect. And yes, well, actually, I think that was the second one. So the third one, Aaron was commanded to turn the dust into insects, and the sorcerers turned to Pharaoh and said, this one we cannot do. This is the finger of God. So that shows us in scripture that their power is limited, correct? So with manifestation, I believe in manifestation through the power and the authority of Jesus Christ alone. And so when I surrender to him and commit myself to God's will and God's word, obviously through intention, having faith, believing in my heart and in my mind, and putting action behind that, I've seen many things manifest in my life through the power of Jesus Christ alone. So I just wanted to share these couple sentiments, and then I wanted to just ask you a quick question.
Before you share those sentiments, because we have limited time and I know they want more people to jump in, so I'm just going to go ahead and interrupt. Manifestation was not taken from the Bible. I am waiting on somebody to address the fact that the Bible is only 1,500 years old, and you guys are dismissing the ancient Egypt that you were referencing right now, because Egypt is older than your Bible, much older than your Bible. So we are not accounting for all the belief systems that came before yours. Manifestation existed way before your Bible did. And manifestation, or excuse me, your Bible, your Christianity is a derivative of another belief system, like all of them are. So the same way y'all have said we worship paganism, Christianity to us is just paganism. You guys are actually one of the largest cults of pagans that we know of. So one of the largest cults of pagans that we know of. So when we talk about manifestation, I believe if I set myself, because what I teach in my coven is manifestation is nothing but mystified discipline or mystified self-preservation. You are setting a goal, and there is some maybe spiritual intention that you may have behind why you set that goal. Hopefully it's for the betterment of you or the betterment of someone else. But if I manifest going to school to become a doctor because my loved one died of cancer and I want to work on cancer research to do my best to contribute whatever I can knowledge-wise to that, and I manifest that, even if I don't do it under the will of God or through God, I should say, I don't see the harm or the evil or how that makes me demonic outside the fact that I'm not a Christian.
Right. And I can see why you would believe that. But everything that we do as believers is to glorify God. So anything that's not glorifying God, you're operating in something that's out of his kingdom. And so God has placed principles in place that we adhere to because we surrender to God.
He placed them in place 1,400 years ago.
So back to that. That's interesting you say that. So when you're talking about the Bible in the history context of where you want to go into what year it was written by the authors, we believe that the Bible is inspired by the Holy Spirit, and God is an eternal and living God. So if he's an eternal and living God, it doesn't matter who picked up a pen and wrote on a scroll, because God is forever and everlasting.
And you can't tell a story 40,000 years later and think that that story is going to be what it was when that person was not present for the story. We cannot say that. You were not there for when Jesus died on the cross, so we don't know exactly who was crying besides who was stated to have been crying. Other people may have been crying. We don't know exactly who was in the crowd spitting on him, blah, blah, by name. But what I'm saying is, it matters who was there present to write the story, because that's what we consider in modern times still to be the most relevant account of something. If you were not there for something that happened to me, you cannot tell me about something that happened to me because you were not there.
Correct. But okay, so let's take, for instance, my great-grandmother. I didn't have to be there to know that she was my great-grandmother. I know that she's my great-grandmother. So when she was alive, I wasn't born yet.
You can trace that through whom? Your mother.
Correct. And I can trace everything done by God.
You cannot trace yourself back past 1,500 years ago. Can you take yourself that far back?
I don't have to. So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to clarify to you, I'm sorry, is that God is an eternal living God. And so we have, there's experiences that we have in God. I didn't have to see Jesus
and there's experiences
die
I've had outside God.
I'm sorry?
Experiences I've had outside of your God. Yes, I'm agreeing. Keep going.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, for the topic of manifestation, I just want to go back to that. Manifestation as a believer, when we operate in something being manifested, we're operating in God's natural law through surrender to his will to glorify him. When others that are non-believers do it, it is self-deifying. You are deifying yourself, and you are trying to play the role of God, bringing things into fruition through your intent and through your vision and through your mission and what you want to manifest for your personal glory.
I was just going to ask you, thanks for being here, by the way.
Thank you for having me.
Have a conversation with you. What is your understanding of Christian faith? Because in your claim, you make the claim that manifestation isn't something that Christians should be afraid of because it is faith in action. So what is your understanding of Christian faith, if you're going to make that claim?
I can't make a statement off that only because all of you are different types of Christians. So I cannot say what your faith entails because y'all all might have a... Oh, can you take yourself that far back?
I don't... To God.
He placed them in place 1,400 years ago.
So back to that
harm or the evil or how that makes me demonic outside the fact that I'm not a Christian.
Right. And I can see why you would believe that, but everything that we do as believers is to glorify God. So anything that's
right there. All right, Bubs.
You can go ahead and go because I'm over here eating this damn sandwich. I'm sorry.
I can't hear you. Say what?
Can you hear me now? Testing. Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you said what?
No, I was saying, you can go ahead and go. I'm about to eat something real quick. No shade. You can go ahead and take this one on.
Okay. Miss Christian says everything Christians do is to glorify God. I can't even make it past how having on a lace front wig glorifies her God. How are these obnoxiously loud rings and bracelets she's adorning herself with? Glorify God. I see she's wearing glasses. She can't use her Christian powers to manifest 20/20 vision, just like Jesus did when he healed the blind man. Huh? There's a lot of bold claims, but no actual manifestation thereof, no pun intended. A lot of bark no bite from Christians on all this authority and this book of absolute truth and power they speak of, but here on set, seeing in 420p, my God, today. Can we not get an amen? Can she manifest the power? Can she manifest the power of her God against Jasmine, like Moses did against Pharaoh's sorcerers? Since God is eternal and can inspire man to write on paper, do you know that the paper you call a Bible, that you said is the inspired works of the Holy Spirit, says in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 11, that God also wrote eternity in the human heart, which is why Jesus, nor the disciples, nor the thousands of believers and followers of Yahshua's ministry then needed a Bible, because Christ was teaching and revealing to them what was already living in them. Because the living God, as you call it, would be inside of a living being, my God, today. Because it is literally just the God in me, as the kingdom of heaven is within and all around me, as ye are gods, as you all are the sons and daughters of the Most High. I don't think that these Christians also did a great job of first even describing what for God's glory and sake even means, because that needs to be established to create an effective response, because it's too vague and open-ended, because for all they know, for God's glory and sake and will is whatever you feel and desire. So we can start with the fact that their Bible establishes that God is sovereign. Psalms chapter 115, verse 3, Daniel chapter 4, verse 25, Ephesians chapter 1, verse 11, and Colossians chapter 1, verse 16. What does sovereign mean, CTV? It means God essentially has the power and wisdom to do anything it desires within its creation. Now, whether God actually asserts that level of control in any given situation is a completely and utterly different topic. With that being said, though, most Christians have extreme beliefs regarding God's sovereign nature and assume that God is always pressing the pedal to the metal, even though they often, even if they never admit it, find themselves in situations where they felt let down and even abandoned by God at times, and still to this day don't really have an understanding of why certain things happen to them or to their loved ones. And that could possibly be because God only runs the part of the show that requires a producer and a set design, but may in fact leave the creative part of life to us, which is why so much of everything happens all at once, all in the same pot, from that which is good to that which is bad, to that which is blessed, to that which is cursed, to that which helps, to that which hurts, and it's all layered on top of itself like a lasagna. I make that argument to say that the Bible establishes two different wills of God. Their Bible does. One is his sovereign will, which is hidden and unstoppable, and then God's moral will, which is his clear commands on human ethics and morality, taught by no other than the Word made flesh himself, Yahshua. Now imagine that God's will is simply that you come to earth and have a damn good time. Just keep these few commandments in mind. Don't hurt nobody. Don't hurt yourself. Love others as you love yourself. And show a general respect to all people, persons, and things. And the rest is yours to do. Just don't embarrass me down there, okay? But have a good goddamn time. And we actually see this in the life of Jesus, who attended parties and even turned the party up by turning the water into liquor. Now, who was Jesus glorifying in that moment when he turned water to wine? Or was it obvious that a man who was already keeping true to his morality wasn't doing anything wrong at all by using his powers to further the celebration and fellowship between humans at this wedding? The Bible is filled with Jesus having a normal life before the glow up and afterwards. He worked, was the son of a carpenter. He had chores, experienced regular human needs like that for food and rest, and even socialized with friends and family. This idea that believers have to do everything with God in mind, well, the God in mind is being in your right mind. And everything else you do after that is fine with God. I bet these same Christians didn't pray about if they should do this debate or not. I bet they didn't pray over what job to get, but more so prayed that God would grant them a job out of the multitude of ones they applied for without his consent. They're making it more than what it is when Christ has already established that while the road to enlightenment won't be easy, but that the hardest part has already been done for you by him. Christ says in John chapter 10, verse 10, that he has come so that we may have life more abundantly. Them crystals, sage, candles, the manifestation works ain't no issue, long as your heart is centered in love, the way Christ would have your heart be centered. Because it's not what you do, but the place in which you do what you do from. For even things that appear good can come from a wicked intent, and things that appear bad can be birthed out of that which is actually righteous and good. It's about the source and condition of your heart and mind, not in all this hyper focus on what we're doing, but more so the who is behind the will of our doing. Our highest, loving, healthiest, emotionally available, emotionally intelligent, mature, empathetic self, or our destructive self. Also, the law of attraction is all throughout the Bible. Let's move to the 1 hour, 11 minute mark because they kind of get into that part of the manifestation. Oh, well, before I move on, Bubs, anything you want to say before we get into this other minute mark?
You can go ahead and proceed. I'm almost done anyway, so.
For you to be able to see him. So anytime you've ever,
the thing about it
really
is,
quick,
I'm
anytime
sorry.
you've ever experienced God, it was probably God working through something else or somebody else.
The Holy Spirit was inside of us.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying
so we can
through someone else.
act like Jesus says, because of Christ who lives within you right now, we get to go into the world and do the miracles that Jesus did, right? We get to have Jesus inside of us, so therefore that we get to do that. So my question, I guess, for you about the manifestation is, where does the power come from to make things come into fruition? Like, because my belief is like for manifestation, it just means to bring something to light. So I'm just gonna like put aside the religious rhetoric for a second. It's like, I come in this room, everything is dark, right? The light is off. I turn the light on. Everything that's there was already there. And so the belief is that manifestation the belief for Christians is that God is the one who makes things come to light, right? Those things are already there. His promises, his healing, his will. So when God manifests himself through others, right, we get to experience that healing, we get to experience that peace, right? God is the one who's doing the manifesting. We don't have the power on our own to do that. So where do you think the power comes from to manifest on your own, to make reality shift into becoming something for you in your...
Bubs.
I was gonna put in the comments, but it's very interesting that she said, you know, let me put the religious rhetoric aside. So again, that Freudian slip or whatever. Um, again, these people are not coming to understand. They're not coming to understand. It don't matter how many times Jasmine breaks it down to them to make it simple and to make it plain, because this is about dominionism. They cannot connect with this witch bitch. No shade. Homegirl in the beginning, the one with the whole QVC outfit, or like the magazines that some of y'all grandmamas or aunties will get with the church lady fashions and shit in it, where you just styling and profiling and shit with the little brim hat and shit, or whatever, with that outfit on. She tried to come in again with that dominionism. Everybody else trying to be like Christ. Like you said, everybody else trying to be peaceful. Everybody else trying to be kumbaya, even though the origins of kumbaya is more what's going on. But the propaganda version, kumbaya, let's come together, let's work things out. No, because again, the witch is wrong. Jasmine is wrong. The bitch is evil. The bitch is lying. The bitch is working with the snake in the garden that started all this shit. That's what they think. That's what they believe. And they're not going to let it go. And as you will see further, and shout out to old girl there, because again, there are some Christian people who literally want to learn. Because again, as we know, Christianity is more performative. So you got to act the part and play the part. But when the red light is off and we're in the real world, not the performative one, there are other questions and they are afraid to ask, which is why we have people doing things behind closed doors, trying to gather this information that Jasmine is low-key educating people about, for those who have the ears to listen and the eyes to see and the mind and the heart to believe in order to achieve. What Jasmine is saying is that I do not disagree. If you look at it from the point of God, the supreme being, is your source. You are the source of my strength, right? As the song says. Then that's cool. You can do that because you found something that worked for you. But to sit up here and to claim that yours is sovereign above all things and that anything else is lesser than, then you can't get mad when people ask you to walk it out. Because like she said, you know, Jesus is in us. So we have the power to be able to go out in the world and to be able to manifest the miracles like Christ did. Okay, then, well, let's see it. Again, you have the blueprint there, somewhat of the blueprint on Christ's work, like CTV said. Instead of cussing motherfuckers out at the expiration, he said, let me help y'all, pimping. Let's refill. You ain't got to go nowhere. But God is in all things. I am the liquor store. I am the Hennessy, bitch. I am the party girl. Let me help you out. Boom, let's do it. And then it happened. No condemnation. But again, the 7 Mountain Mandate, the sphere of education, they already got religion. That's the origin of it. They already trying to get y'all children and youth. That's a part of the next generation. And now they're trying to set up the next generation of what they want by trying to demonize us who are asking questions. And again, if you claim to be connected to something that knows all things, then we need for it to be the oracle. Or like CTV said, I think going forward with these type of people, just use the Bible against them and let them know at the end of the day, Miss Mamas, if we're going to play the game by your logic, we are all going to hell. And according to that book, you ain't got to agree. It believes in your ass, right? No shade. I'm landing my plane. Thank you for flying Leprechaun Airlines, bitch.
So, Saltine Christian asks, where does the power come from in the manifestation? The way I would have responded is that the power comes from the spiritual laws that govern our reality created by God, such as the law of attraction and the law of magnetism. Proverbs chapter 23, verse 7, as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Matthew chapter 21, verse 22, and all things whatsoever you shall ask in prayer, you shall receive. Matthew chapter 9, verse 29, according to your faith shall it be done to you. Mark chapter 9, verse 23. If thou can believe, all things are then possible to him that believeth. Galatians chapter 6, verse 7. We reap that which we sow. Hell, science even acknowledges the natural law of cause and effect, that every effect has a causation, whether we understand the causation or not. Now, why the hell Jasmine went all around the goddamn mulberry bush when I just don't know why Jasmine didn't tear these people up with their own Bible, because that's what you got to do for Christians. Christians don't hear nothing coming out of your mouth when it ain't biblical, even though they gonna argue some non-biblical shit they damn self. But they not gonna hear nothing out of your mouth, baby, if it ain't coming from their book. That's why you got to use their shit again. You got to use their book to get them up out of their book. And you know the differences between us, spiritualists and occultists? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm eating. What's this shit called?
Man.
Candy corn.
Oh, that sounds so good right now. I
See,
like
when
that.
you know how to reverse a diabetes, you can get back on your bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah. You can get back on your bullshit. I
had a good old Subway sandwich.
When your God allows you to be insulin free, you can get back on your shit. My God. You know the difference between us as spiritualists is that it's easy for us to do what Jasmine is doing and being agreeable and being able to hear things that they're saying and hallelujah and yes and etc. You know why? Because spirituality allows us to see the truth in all things. Religion does not, baby. My God.
Boom. Mic drop, bitch. Boom.
My God. And because spirituality is the cemetery that religion exists on top of like a tombstone, we can see our God, we can see Yahweh, our way, and always.
Hey, that was a bar. Yahweh,
my God.
Yahweh. Come through. Hey.
So you can sit us in front of any motherfucking group, bitch. Line them up. Line them niggas up. Line the Muslim mystics up. Line the Christians up. Line the agnostics up. Line everybody up. We can sit everywhere and teach, and we can sit everywhere and learn all at the same goddamn time. So, because this is basically the end of what I was this is the end of what I was interested in. I'll let it play some more bugs, because in the bugs, he want to let the beautiful being footage kind of roll out some more. But I asked myself, what's the agenda here? Because the producers, whoever produced this show, and maybe this is for all people who produce these who produce quote unquote debates. I think that what's going to be fundamentally necessary for debates to actually be impactful and to be meaningful is that producers are going to have to find genuinely curious people, even if they have an affiliation. That is going to have everybody's going to have a genuine degree of curiosity. Because all it does is create two parties who talk at each other, and then the comment section becomes people talking at each other, and nobody walks away with anything different than they came into the conversation with, because I bet you as soon as they all left Jasmine's presence, all of them went and got baptized again just from being in her presence. And, you know, as embarrassing as Christians are, because they just don't have no choice but to be living hypocrites, because there's no way to make the things they try to make work across the board, but they try to make it work anyway and then embarrass themselves. And then I experience secondhand embarrassment for them as a result of watching them embarrass themselves. I just grieve for them because they're the group that needs the most maturing. They have no idea how out of order, dense, egotistical, narcissistic, nice, nasty, and profoundly narcissistic and arrogant their asses. Oh my God, today. These people don't even know that what they called the Bible was 60 goddamn different isolated stories decided upon and then tethered together with crime scene tape and decided upon by a council of people over a 1,500-year period, thinking that they're reading a cohesive book. When you get to the New Testament alone, baby, them niggas can't even agree on what day and how Jesus was even damn murdered. The glaring inconsistencies, cognitive dissonance, and intellectually dishonesty you have to have in order to support Christianity from a dogmatic institutional standpoint will make you look like a goddamn fool. But the only passing privileges that Christianity has that allow its people to behave this way and get away with it is because the majority of the country self-IDs as one. So nobody really knows that the call is really coming from inside the goddamn house. Nobody really knows that anything is wrong here. It's like a family that's been generationally practicing incest, baby. They know not what they do. They know not that they know not which they do. My God. Because the call is coming from inside the house. And perception is reality. And when this all you know, this how it all go. So, you know, it's embarrassing. It really is. The fact that they think the Bible is literal. They think the Bible is historical. The fact that they think that Jesus actually lived is wild. These texts and characters were never created to be interpreted as physical, even though you can represent the wisdom in ways that humans can relate by turning the wisdom into people and scenarios and situations, but turning the truth into people and scenarios and situations through art. But could you imagine if the originators of Little Red Riding Hood created the motherfucking story to be fictional, and then some colonizing ass, oppositional, idiotic ass, goat fucking group of people who married their goddamn mammies came along and decided to remix the Little Red Riding Hood story and convince you that her and them 3 goddamn bears and wolves, or whoever the hell was out there in the goddamn wilderness with a little ass, was actually physically real, and that Little Red Riding Hood was a historical event, bitch. Could you imagine?
Oh my God.
And yet, that is exactly what has happened. with Christianity, which is why you will find that 8 out of 10 people who go to seminary school and or become Christian historians and scholars, by the end of their grad schooling, reject self-IDing as a Christian because that knowledge that your God promised would lack thereof and cause you to perish becomes the very knowledge in abundance that sets your motherfucking ass free. When you know the goddamn truth.
Come on.
And baby, I know it's hard, bitch, because I was a literal Christian too, bitch. I was a literal believing ass motherfucker too, baby.
Come on.
Baby, you couldn't tell me shit with my Christian bad ass, baby. I know. But baby, the free ain't for the faint of heart, baby. Freedom ain't for the faint of heart. Freedom got a heavy price, bitch, and it's gonna cost you something deep every single motherfucking time. But it ain't nothing like freedom once you got it, because it's going to bless you every time once you got it. God bless these motherfuckers, baby. And God bless Jasmine. I can tell she's a teacher because only teachers have this type of patience to not throw a damn red bottom at a bitch's forehead underneath their lace front. So shout out to her for enduring too. For enduring 2 hours. And this is the edited version, so this went on longer than this.
Yep.
But that's all I got to say. I'm gonna let it play at the Bubs say some things, and if Bubs,
I'll just say real quick, like, I just love how, again, Jasmine narrates this. I think, like, we can let this part play. There was another segment that I wanted to see, but we don't have to. If there was one thing I would want them to see, is the last part, because it's a part where Jasmine gets to choose one of the 1 out of 20 women to have a conversation with, and I want that part to kind of show, because again, it exposed what they were all about this entire time. You know what I'm saying? But yes, shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to, she said she smoked before she went in, so that probably did it. I appreciate that. Shout out to her and the burning bush, Mother Ganja. But yes, but she does this on TikTok all the time, so all this is just like TikTok IRL basically with these people. So yeah, but you can continue.
Favor. I don't always think that reality does shift. Sometimes I think it was what was already written, if you will, what was already going to be destiny is what we call it, or fate. But I believe when I set a goal based off a desire that I have, something that I see. I think sometimes Christians forget that you guys have natural desires. So you may have a profession, and it may have come from you seeing like maybe a scientist on TV and being like, oh, I want to be in marine biology. I think that's so cool. So your desire, but maybe then you would say the will of God allowed for other things to work out. God set things in motion for you to be able.
Oh, and while that's happening, and we got a few minutes before we wrap this up, I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody want to come up and say a few things. I just dropped the link. If anybody coming up, y'all got to come now.
To make it through these steps. On our end, we would just say it could be universe, spirit, source, ancestors. All of us are going to say something different. So I don't want to speak for all spiritualists. And I say something different depending on what it is and the magnitude of what it is. So the power, I'm not always believing that I just have the power to bend the energy and make life do what I want it to. I do know that I have the power to get up and research things. I have the power to apply for something, to sign up if I can see and be approved for something. So it's just me taking the steps that I know. I do. Faith without works is dead. So let me just go ahead and do the work. And if it's intended based off my belief that I can do this and do this well, I hope that it.
I feel like Jasmine, because I haven't heard this part. I didn't make it this far in. I feel like she's also playing down her storm mutant abilities. I'm going to tell them, no, bitch, I do bend. And I bend in such a way that it results in y'all calling that favor. That favor that y'all reference, that y'all see over people's lives, that's bending, baby. That's the bending. And yes, it's done through meditation. It's done through transcendental meditation. It's done through chanting. It's done through synchronizing both the left and right hemispheres of the motherfucking brain, bitch. I'm not playing down a motherfucking thing. Yes, bitch, I yield the winds. I call upon the solar storms. Bitch, I am Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of all dragon slayers. The fuck you talking about? Bitch, I wouldn't play down shit from them bitches. I don't. Let me tell you something. Baby, when God give you a stage, show your motherfucking ass. Show your ass and be just as arrogant and self-righteous and pop your the way that these Christians so arrogantly, baby, come to every room, baby, with their chest pointed out and head up high, baby. Because them hoes will know, girl, that is giving Omega level mutant over here, bitch. Okay. Class 5 mutant. Over here, girl. Watch my works. Have 40 years, bitch, of verifiable proof that is giving all of Omega level mutant over here. My God. I feel like Jasmine's bringing her down the side. Like, do you feel like she's kind of like shrinking herself a little bit just to appear like she ain't saying nothing too supernatural? She ain't saying nothing too practical, because I be in there kicking them bitches' brains through their damn skulls with all the damn supernatural talk.
Right. But that's why I think, yes, I think that's why I said I feel like she's being methodical. She's being intentional about how she's operating that way. Because when you watch her on TikTok, there are plenty times that she don't give a fuck.
Then she ain't being authentic. Then she ain't being authentic. Because what is this about then? Is this about trying to come off a certain way to a group that you don't even need? Or is it about using this opportunity to really elevate what you have found edifying and enriching about your life?
I think it was
because Christians are very loud about the thing they fake pretend is making their life so good. While they make up the most divorcees in the country, the biggest abortionists in the countries, the biggest capitalists in the countries. We got to come through just as loud. It ain't like, us mutants is getting, the same type of traction in the world that, the people who make up the majority in the system do, like the Christians. And, and I ain't got no problem, and even though I feel bad and I grieve for the Christians and I find them to be completely cringy and embarrassing and they can never hold their weight, I'm never satisfied when I listen to a Christian in any type of a conversation, unless it's a historian, unless it's a scholar that's actually talking about context and history and language and understands the scriptures in those ways. But like every day operating as Christians, bringing their silly ass watered down GMO shit to the table, like I don't watch them people talk because there's nothing to hear. And yeah, I wish that she would have just beat her chest a little bit more. We do got we got people in the background chat. Hold on. We got D-Rock. Come through, D-Rock. We got IG. Welcome to the platform. Oh, shit, IG. We got Rumors and Tea. So, Bubs, did you want me to let this play some more, or what you want to do?
We can let it play some more, but I want to say something really quick in reference to what you were saying. I think, and again, there's a comment I believe is from You Can Respect. Wait, what? You Can Respond to Me. I'm sorry. She said on TikTok, she knows how Christians like to shift blame if someone comes off aggressive and say they're the devil. So I think like she was being methodical as far as like, this is being recorded. I ain't got to really say shit. I'm going to let you whole show this because I showed you that I can sit in here and agree with these bitches. They want to do it.
But nobody is telling her to be abrasive. I'm just saying, like, stand in your shit because it sounds like you're playing yourself down. I'm not telling her to act a damn fool or to be violent. I'm saying, why are you trying? Like, why did you just give this whole little,
I think because it's recorded and she does this all the time.
No, but that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying. Because
I get what you're saying, Conscious.
In front of the camera, she is a witch. She's a witch. This is what she does. She's here talking about her gems and her stones, but and I'm gonna rewind it back because I want like hear it back.
Maybe then you would say the will of God allowed for other things to work out. God set things in motion for you to be able to make it through these steps. On our end, we would just say it could be universe, spirit, source, ancestors. All of us are going to say something different. So I don't want to speak for all spiritualists. And I say something different depending on what it is and the magnitude of what it is. So the power, I'm not always believing that I just have the power to bend energy and make life do what I want.
So yes, that's the part with that. I do always believe that. But that's exactly what the fuck I do. I'm a gender bending, reality warping, consciousness shaping, spiritual troglodyte made up of all of the universal cosmic forces of creation. God made flesh. Yes, that's exactly what I am. Why she's shrinking herself just to be perceived as palatable to a group of people that she never gonna see again and ain't got, I mean, it's no equity on what she's doing. She should have like popped her shit right now. Like I would have popped it.
I do know that I have the power to get up and research things. I have the power to apply for something, to sign up if I can see and be approved for something. So it's just me taking the steps that I know.
Girl, you talk about applying for jobs and being a practical and picking up your phone, girl. Like, and you just talk to these people about Jasper and Myrrh and astral projection and channeling in the beginning of this conversation and talking about I don't bend. Yes, it's okay, my love. You don't need them to believe that in order for that to be your truth. It doesn't matter what their truth is. This is your tea. And you rep your set. Because, bitch, I'm going to rep my set. Girl, repping my set is not contingent upon what your set is. I'm repping my set. Big Christian mysticism, bitch. Not the little one. Welcome to the panel, everybody. Hey, D-Rock. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah. So let me ask you would you go on the show? This show? Would you go on that show?
Not if it's set up this way, because I don't feel like talking to a room full of people whose truth I can be agreeable with, and I can see the reality of the metaphysics and spirituality within what they're saying, who are going to, in return, spend 2 hours making heart blinks at me, at everything that I'm saying. If there's not a genuine group of curious people in the room together, and we're here to have a real exchange. I don't want to debate with nobody, because I'm my job is not to prove anything to you. If we're here to build, and we're here to, talk about the way that our spirituality work and possibly where it even intersects, and where there can be like middle ground, I think those are forward-moving, productive dialogues, not parties who already made up coming to a room together to talk at each other. Because them Christians, girl, didn't acknowledge nothing that Jasmine was saying, even when I was literally here quoting the scriptures. Because see, baby, I use the scriptures. I didn't even have to go off into the metaphysics, because everything that Jasmine could say to make her point actually is in their book, but they don't know that. And for some reason it seems like she don't know that either, because I feel like what really drew this out is her not using their book. Because once you use the book against them hoes, then they got to come up out of that book. They got to start scratching their head. They got to start asking some more profound questions. They got to get to the leading edge questions, as Abraham Hicks would say, bitch.
And that was interesting, because she even said in this very sit down with them, she said, I don't know if one of you remember, but I forget what it's called. It's something I've never heard before, but it's a thing where it's like a contest. where you but she won the contest. She has been a winner of the
Yeah, like
contest.
3 times. Yeah, like she can find
Yeah,
any
three
Bible verse in
times,
under 5 seconds.
where she can find any Bible verse. But
Maybe
when
somebody
I
better
was
investigate Jasmine's claims.
yeah, but that's why I said claim, because while I was watching her, I thought I was the only one. I'm glad you're having this conversation, because I've been watching all the reactions to her. I thought I was the and people saying like she ate, she slew, she killed, and this is no fault of, I'm not saying nothing negative about her, not bashing her. I'm not saying because she did well in a lot of
She did.
instances, but at the same time, I feel like you, Conscious. I didn't feel like she really brought it like she could have,
Yeah,
especially
because the way that this shit was
really.
hyped up, baby, I thought she was about to get Angel of Death. The way that it was like, oh girl, Jasmine, oh girl, like, her daddy and her degrees, and I thought she was about to rap dissect. I thought she was gonna smoke these hoes intellectually, but it was like, so her talking points, to be honest, were basic.
They were like, there's nothing I haven't heard before.
Level. There was nothing interesting. There was nothing unique. There was nothing.
And I almost felt like she was apologizing at sometimes. Like, that's how I felt like, because when I was watching the whole thing, I kept feeling like, she's right there. Come on, Jasmine, come on. And but it's like, even when she got on the crystals, it's kind of like she didn't own, like, yeah, I believe crystals can do something. Yeah, like, it's not. It's like she kind of like apologized, not without saying she apologized, but I'm saying she's like, well, I don't believe the crystals have any power. I just believe that, but I don't know if I believe her when she said that. I think I feel it because most people who
glad
do.
you said that, because I knew her ass was lying too.
That's how I felt. Like she was backing up a little bit.
Bitch, you know that you want to say that them crystals damn near be speaking to you audibly some damn time, and that one of your crystals' names is Abigail, girl. Please,
Yeah.
Jasmine.
Yeah, but I don't.
Girl, baby, you should have took them Christian hoes where they didn't want to go.
Right.
Take them through there. Take them through there.
She could have done that, but I don't know if she could have done that. But they could have been taken through there, more than they were, especially with the black girl in the orange shirt. When she got there, you could tell she had an attitude. She must be from the Kojic church, but no shade. But when she was like, "Oh, are you gonna manifest yourself out of hell?"
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was clear, like, spiciness. There was a little shade in there, like, but she just dismissed it. Jasmine just moved on. Like, okay, this is not going anywhere, so let's go to the next question. But somebody else, the right person probably could have like really gave it back to her. And it's not that you're trying. It's not about going back and forth and being petty, but like own it. Like own these. They need ownage. I just felt like they needed to be owned a little more. That's all.
Christianity is too easy to deconstruct, and
right.
The fact that Christianity stole off with everybody else's goddamn spirituality is too easy to see in Christianity. That's why she didn't even have to deviate from the source material to even argue their ass back. She could have tore their ass up with their own content.
Yeah, and that's why it was so disappointing to me that she claims to know the Bible back and forth, find any verse in 5 seconds. But you could have, like, if that's true, you could have like really been given it. You could have been throwing all kinds of scriptures. You had everything they were saying. There could have literally been a verse or a passage to refute what they were saying. I listened to the whole thing. Even I could have found some scriptures that would rebuttal all of that. But
every single last one of my reactions throughout this whole live was filled with scriptures, because I know how Christians give it up, and I know that they don't hear you if you ain't using they shit.
That right there.
You talking trigonometry and calculus, and you talking French to them hoes. If you ain't talking a language, you gotta get on a level, and you gotta use their shit on their shit to get them off that shit.
Yes. Yeah, because they already come in with they already say, you feel like you're the one who's lost and misled, and they need to guide you into the truth. Because you heard what she said, what was going on behind the scenes. She said before they started, all 20 of them huddled together and started singing "Victory Is Mine." They prayed first and then started singing "Victory Is Mine." I told Satan, "Get thee behind me." So that tells her that they already done put her. They already see her as the enemy. Like she's a agent of the devil. That's because I know Christians. That's definitely how they were looking at her.
But that
Oh,
was
we in for
my
a fight.
question about. So, what was the motive? I don't like what because what was supposed to be the. I don't understand what the agenda was. Was the agenda for the Christians to win her over? Was the agenda was she was to win them over? I don't know what the actual agenda is here.
I don't know what the agenda for any debate is. I've never gotten the point of debates, and I've listened to a lot of them because I've listened to people who are way more intellectual than these people, like atheists, not with the best of the evangelicals. I've listened to all kinds of debates, but I've always felt I didn't listen to them for just entertainment, but that's really all they are to me because it's like both of y'all gonna still walk away from this with your belief system. So what was really the point of that? Is this like a flexing contest, like everybody making muscles? Like I don't know.
I
That's
blame it on the
what.
producers. I blame it on the producers. Our producers are responsible for establishing flow and establishing goal and establishing purpose.
Yeah,
And it was just another group of people talking at each other, even though Jasmine was willing to, she was actually there listening. She was able to affirm them because, as I said, of course, like as spiritual people, we can see the truth in all things. So it's easy for us to be agreeable and to be able to look at what any religious or spiritual group does and being able to have value, find value, affirm it, etc. Because we're not in something that has padded the four walls of our minds and our consciousness. We're actually free to move into the depths of God, to move into the various degrees, to move from the shallows of consciousness. Christians, obviously, are not allowed to do that, which is why it ends up becoming the cult that it is. And so they're literally in a padded room having to rep their set. And you got to come in here because they can't come out of there into them damn hallways and play with you. So it's about getting you in here because that's the set design. It's a trap.
yeah, because it's about a winner.
And it's unfortunate. It's cringy, and that's why I'm gonna always tell people, bitch, study and show yourself approved. And I ain't talking about study just by motherfucking reading, bitch. No, I'm talking about like you really got to get into your history and you've really got to get into the politics behind religion, particularly the Abrahamic faith. You've got to do the lead work because it will reappropriate your mind accordingly. But if you've just been born into a society of other Christians and you've just been given a church and a Bible and you don't understand its origins, you don't understand its context, you don't understand its history, you don't understand its policy, you don't understand nothing. This is just the truth and the culture, and you take it at face value, you're going to be cooked. And you're going to be sounding like a 25-year-old dummy. Then you're going to sound like a 35-year-old dummy. Then you're going to sound like a 45-year-old dummy. Then you're going to sound like a 55-year-old dummy.
That is true. But this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll let somebody else come up. But somebody in the comments did say they're about the debates are really about the audience, like presenting the audience with both sides and letting them be more informed, educated. I can get with that. I can see that. But ultimately, I think the better way to go is what you just proposed, Conscious, about like trying to find like common ground, like where can we intersect, like where can we meet at? And because debates themselves are only about a winner and a loser. That's all they're about. It's kind of like watching a Friday night fight or something like that. It's just a winner and a loser. Nobody's trying to find common ground. And but I will leave it at that. And I would say, Bubs, hey man, when are we gonna do our review?
We got to
You
plan
gotta get
that
on
because
it.
it's been a long time. I'm gonna have to rewatch it.
A review of what? I
Mortal
know we're talking about
Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
I done lost y'all
Mhm.
goddamn mind.
No, you mentioned it earlier. I said speaking of, but anyway. All right, I'm going on mute.
I will say that damn, what I was gonna say, because you said something, D-Rock. What was the last thing you said, D-Rock?
I was
Like, what was your
speaking to your idea about we should be trying instead of debating.
Thank you. Because see, I would have been flattered had them hoes had to go into a corner and sing some Negro spirituals, because bitch, that's exactly what you hoes gonna need. So go ahead and power up, bitch, so that when you catch this L, you gonna know that you did all that you could, bitch, and you called on everything you could, bitch, and you claimed every name under God's heaven, including Yahshua's, and still got this motherfucking work, bitch. So go, do all the things you got to do, because I want you to be clear about the L when it's all said and done. Hey, IG.
What's happening, baby? Hey, I hear you. What's happening, Buzz? I had to come on. I'm taking this opportunity to be on here with these two Omega lit mutants. I would be your mutate cousin. You know what I'm saying? Not quite a mutant, but not quite all the way human.
Come on, hybrid.
But I feel you conscious, because even from a person atheistic, I look at it. It almost felt, which is strange for me to say this. I agree with both of you, but to your point, yeah, I kind of felt she doubled down on representation of the supernatural, because they were very assertive about the supernatural powerlessness of their Christian God. But I did feel that she did it. And the reason why I felt it, and it was kind of strange because of listening to her, I was just like, it's almost like you're trying to appeal more logical. I felt that I kind of, and then to your point, Bob's, I think that was also intentional. I also
now, why you think she wanted to accomplish that?
Because it's like, okay, and this is because she knows there's a wide range of people listening. It ain't just her covenant. Out of she did a good job from an atheistic point of view. She definitely did a good job. Which one? Okay, am I gonna side eye the person that's only talking about crystals and have more of a universal and more openness or assuredness, openness, or am I gonna side eye the person who has a societal confirmed institute frame of thought and that is more legally consequential to everyone else's life? She did a very good job, even if from a person, if I don't pray, I was once a Christian, but even a person who's been so far removed from, because I've been on the spiritual side, I've been on the Christian side, I've been on a lot of sides before I got here. So it's kind of, I will say though, from the person, if I had to just listen to it from, I don't know nothing about either one of these frame of thoughts, she did a good job showing how they are more dogmatic. She did a good job showing how they are more irrational and illogical. Because I felt this, if this is my opinion, I think she didn't want to play the game of talking about what is logically this. Because we're all toast. We're all cooked. If either one of them tried to play that game, it kind of comes across as that, okay, and if I don't feel this way, but people can say, well, girl, this is just your delusion versus their delusion. She did a good job grounding her belief in her supernatural in reality. And I think that was done intentional. Because other people, you ain't alone, conscious. Sin without the G. She
Mhm.
said the same thing. Because I was just like, you really wasn't trying to come in here and just be completely logical. But she tailored that line, I feel more, because it appeals more reasonable. It appears more rational. It's not just affirmed assurance. I know what the all of the virtual signaling that these Christian women were doing, especially in this political climate, the rise of Christian nationalism. She she edited herself. That wasn't it because I'm an Earth sign too. She's a Capricorn, I'm a Virgo. I can tell there was a poise and a certain way as how far you want to go because you don't want to go so to just deconstruct it. Even though, to your point, conscious, the Christians, which is hypocritical, they kept trying to push that. But
Mhm.
every time she would push back, her rationale was more centered. She signaled that I am more balanced. I have a more open mind. I am not a dominionist. I am not a conqueror. I am not. She did a good job. So for the person, even if a person don't believe in none of that shit, they're gonna look at Jasmine more as the reasonable bitch than they're gonna any of those 20 women up there.
Okay, so now my next question is, okay, so now that you're seen as the representative of the most reasonable party, what now?
I think,
Because
but I'm sorry, you shut up.
I'm just saying, what now? Because I mean, uh, them Christians ain't jumping ship because you act because you were better behaved than the Christians were.
To that person's point who's into debates, and I often have to do public speaking, it wasn't for them. It was for the watchers. It wasn't for the when you have debates
But that's what I'm
and these
asking is for
what
I bet you she
because
ain't got one
no,
new
listen what I'm
viewer
saying.
who's like, oh,
Not
I'm questioning my Christianity now
they
that you joined
are
the conversation.
no, yes she did. Yes, she
Hell no.
did. That,
Hell
but
no.
you don't. The only reason why you don't see it though, conscious, I can tell,
Because
because
it
there
ain't
are a
there.
lot of construction. No, she is showing that being more rationally and grounded is going to make you. If you think of things more rationally and more imagine, ooh, and that's a good conversation. Me and my spiritualist friend, I'm gonna try to get him on here. We had a conversation about imagination versus mysticism. And I think she's showing through imagination with using reasoning and logic, because imagination can deduce reality. It doesn't exist. It's not based off of a spiritual base. Mysticism is. I think she wanted to show more imagination, even though she's a mysticism bitch. But I think she chose at this time to show that, hey guys, those of us who like, she said it without saying it. Like and that's the thing about religion, spirituality, and stuff like that. As a person, I'm looking at it like if I was a person from outside looking in, both of y'all talking about some spooky shit, bitch. However, you seem to be more grounded in the objective reality versus you seem to be more grounded in subjective reality. And it's clear that both of these things have a little bit of subjectivity, but it's obviously more Jasmine wanted to appear more reasonable and grounded, and she accomplished that because for the people that's watching, we don't know. You could be wrong, I could be wrong, conscious, because we don't know. We are only speculating at this moment. I speculate that people who are going to look at Jasmine, or even if they were questioning religion, well, hold on. Just like that, neither one of y'all really tiptoed are gonna break that down. But then when it gets to the people, well, there were some logical questions here. there were some questions. There were things mentioned about the Egypt, how it was stolen from Egypt, and how the Bible's only 1500. There were intellectual gems that she did drop, boo, to get people to buy a fucking clue, and she did it through her imagination and her process of her thought, versus using mysticism for mysticism. Both can still have contradictory to reality, no matter how you slice it.
Baby, I think that you have forgotten what type of country you are living in. If we were a country that was into the reasonable and the rational, Trump ass wouldn't be the goddamn president of the United States in this motherfucker. I did not pick up that she did a great. I hear what you say, but and look, you should be her attorney, because you would surely win the argument that you're making on her behalf that she was more reasonable. But I didn't really get that she was more reasonable, because hell, she's sitting here talking about she rubbed her damn art piece with crystals to charge. They talking about they follow a nigga in a 30-inch bust down who rose from the dead. I just felt like I felt like at the very least she was just more behaved, but I really didn't feel like she was more rational or logical.
But think about it. She's definitely less more tyrannical, because they have quoted scriptures, very dominion scriptures, about how that, he's the ruler of God, he's the dominion authority. They did it. What Buzz is saying too. No, there's a lot of that. They did that. She didn't want, and I think the reason that's why she didn't, because they already showed what it looks like when someone wants to wield the boogeyman on you, or some spell on you, or some supernatural. It's authority over here. It's force. Jasmine didn't sell you that. Jasmine didn't present that.
But she did, and that's what I feel about.
No, she didn't. I'm gonna
give you an example of what a perfect example. You believe in the healing power of crystals. You believe in the healing properties of gems and stones and said things. But then you let the Christians make you reduce your truth about those things too. Well, you guys are right, because I wear anti-alcoholic stones and then have went out and got drunk out of my red bottoms while wearing those anti-alcoholic stones. And it's like, huh? You're the one here. This is you repping this shit. You got in the words of Black China to Tokyo Tone, rock it.
I promise you, it's an earth sign thing.
You're not rocking that.
No. She is appealing. That bitch went out there
because
think about it. But here's the thing.
Because in IG and her playing it down, all she basically sat up there and made herself look like is a bitch who just be doing shit.
No, because
that's really what I got from it, girl. She just this lady just got a house full of stuff, so she just
when people go to her,
it's giving very much of arts and crafts.
When they go to her random crafts, when they gonna see, hold on, this bitch appealed. Yeah, this shit don't always fucking work. No, this shit might be off. See, the Christian is selling you certainty. The Christians is selling you 100%. Baby, it's not the same sandwich. You heard me? No, baby. Jasmine, she a motherfucking Capricorn. My David's a Capricorn. I'm a Virgo. It's an earth sign. Y'all brag on y'all. Earth signs try to move in the mental space in the ways in the logical. The material isn't just the physical things. It's the material. It's the physical way of how you think and why you think and how these things are connected. She is cutting them. She wanted to show this is a larger platform in a world a world where we have Christian nationalists, the last thing I want to do is throw my potions and this bitch throwing blood, this bitch say fire coming, this bitch saying hell. The last thing I'm going to do is scare the hell out of people with more mysticism. Mm-mm-mm. I'm gonna come up here. I'm gonna let these hoes survive the goal points. I am going to let these hoes hang themselves, and all I have to do is clutch my invisible pearls, shrink my tea like a fucking lady, and cross my legs. I'm done.
Anybody want to respond? A D-Rock, Bubs, you want to respond to that before you get rumors up in here?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead. I'm good. You can get rumors. I'm good.
I just want to say, I hear everything, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. And
The IG.
the IG, yeah, I can see what you're saying, but I still can't get with it. I'm sorry. I still because you shouldn't Jasmine shouldn't have to and shouldn't dim her light to be more basically politically correct. I just can't see any reason, like, if you're coming to a fight, because that's basically what this was. You bring the whole armor. You bring everything. Like, you're trying to win the fight. You're not trying to be polite. You're giving it everything you got. So I feel like that's what she should have done.
Sometimes
Like,
giving
period.
everything you got is the better strategy to achieve a certain point. Sometimes giving it what you got is not always loud and crass. Sometimes giving it what you got is the perception. And I can see because there are people who go to her page, they gonna see this bitch is a witch bitch. They gonna say they got the black version of charm, and I'm here for all of that. I think she let move. She let her enemy play their hand, and in order to seem more real in reality, she let them do all of that because in the nature of how they're going to do that, she is going to win. Now, for those people, again, now, so not taking away, because I remember, I'm a person outside of spirituality. I don't live my life or anything like that. So I get from the side, if I put that brain on, do I want to say that she underplayed the representation of what her spirituality means for people? That means something too. Yes. Did the Christians get to show that? But I don't know because even when I look at it, nah, that bitch did that shit like a Capricorn. She let them instead of them making her move, she let them make their move and poised herself accordingly because of the nature. And you know what probably gave her a heads up to do that? I'm just guessing, not a psychic, right? The fact that they did the whole ritual of singing "Victory is Mine" in the prayer, her, you can say spiritual for you spiritual bitches, it's chess, precisely rolled. She then said, hold on, you're gonna come in hot. So I am going to let you come in hot. And I'm going to play the smooth. Well done, Jasmine.
So do you think it's okay to lie in order to do that?
No, she's not lying. And yet, and in the sense of this, you are saying lying. That is a strong subjective. That's your interpretation. No, I don't think she lied about anything. Is that true? Or are we going to pretend as if every spiritual work? I'm a bitch who did work before. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like every bitch that do work 100% of their motherfucking work is the intention is made of. We're not gonna do that either. So no, she didn't lie. She just simply was appealing to the reality of what it could and could not be. That's your interpretation, just like that Bible y'all pick and choose to use in the spell work and how you believe it and your government. It's always up for interpretation, darling.
She was literally chose because she's witchy.
Yes, that
She
was
was
it.
chosen because she has an established witchy brand. This is what she does. That's like calling Johnny Cochran to talk to a bunch of amateur law students about law in a OG lawyer, one OG lawyer versus 20 new law school
Y'all didn't get the
students
battle
debate.
y'all wanted. Y'all
And
didn't get the
then,
battle y'all wanted. I hear you. Y'all didn't get
and
the
then
battle.
not,
Y'all didn't get the
she
battle y'all wanted.
she did not make the battle was in, because there's a lot of shit that got dropped in this shit.
Crashes, you are
The
a
drop
specialist.
is
You should have been representing, bitch. That's what it is.
And I don't have no problem, but I just ain't doing it debate style. But she let them deviate out of their own worldview by going into, what's the science behind that? What you mean with the science behind that, bitch? Because are we here talking about science now? Because if not, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here, girl. Everybody can go home now because y'all just cleared it with that question, babes. Because that was her whole point. Period.
Because if she would have went strictly scientific, she would have to contradict herself as well. That's why.
No, but she doesn't. She doesn't, because her metaphysics is inclusive of all of that.
I get it, but no, but
the metaphysics, the psychological,
but not
the
the bitches that's watching don't know that. The conscious, you are highly more. And I'm not just saying this. See, because you're such a king over here, bitch, and you have a world in reality you live in, friend. I'm telling you, from the people that you surround yourself, but the layman in the biblical terms, honey, they know they don't have the software. Bitch, they have none of those Legos.
But that's what she had the privilege of doing, and I pointed out in my
she own. Have time.
And I pointed it out in my own reaction by using their biblicals. That's all you gotta do. This was light. This is light work. This is light work. And I guarantee you, she would have more Christians banging down her door like, sis, can you do a part 2? Because you pointed out a lot of shit in those scriptures I didn't know. I didn't even know, baby, that there's a whole astro-theological component to this shit. I ain't know that a lot of shit that y'all over there doing is shit we've been over here doing it. We just been using a whole nother name for. I ain't know none of that. Baby, she would have created a whole, like, what's that bridge? What's that bridge called in the world that Thor live in? What's that goddamn bridge called? She created the fucking rainbow bridge. That would have created a rainbow path from. It would have been an obvious exodus and curiosity that would have left so much room to bed, because that's the shit that caught me out of the version of Christianity I was in. Is people making it make sense.
She didn't go as deep into logical with scientific as I would like. Even for myself now, as a person on the outside, I feel you on the spiritual side. She didn't, on the side of science, she didn't really dig in that ass. But I can see why. But at the same time, there are things, even with me saying this as an atheist, I can apply using crystals. Aren't we using crystals right now, y'all, on these devices? Aren't we not using minerals and things from the earth that has been reformed through alchemy and refinement? Aren't we not using electromagnetic? Like, see, there are ways and perspectives for you to look at it. That's the reason why medical and early medicine and pharmacy came from apocryphy, right? So there are some correlations between imagination and mysticism. She chose to. She didn't shatter the fence to the extreme. I'm telling you, because she was trying. That's why I take you as the spiritual bitch, the beast that you are. I get it. And as the illogical bitch, I'm like, ooh, I would have loved to see how scientific because scientific could have went. Because yes, I just made points. I'm rooting. I can say as an atheist, I'm even more biased. I'd rather deal with the bitches who fuck with the magic and all of that than the bitch who instituting law, who got military, that God is real because the man created it and they're instituting it. See, I would rather deal with you bitches who do the magic and everything like that than the bitches that do the 20 Christians. And I think a lot of America feels that way.
Here's what I think, because I saw a video where the lady, I think it was the lady in the orange too, the one that had all the sass. She did a video after the debate saying, "You didn't answer my question, blase blase." So the fact that they was on the other side still talking junk shows me that wasn't enough of a smackdown that was put on them. I'm sorry.
Because there was no smackdown. They kind of smacked her down, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, Conscious. See, here's the difference between perspectives, right? Conscious, you are a killer debater, okay? And you're talking to somebody like me, who I have went to college and studied basic debate and advanced debate. You use all three tenets of ethos, pathos, and logos. She wasn't there to do that. She was there to reason with people. Okay, see, you ain't going in to reason with people. You going in to let them know where they wrong at. See, you can reason with people, Conscious, right? But you are a killer at heart. And
but it's going to have to be based on the truth. I'm not reasoning with you on no foolishness. So yes,
absolutely.
I got to go in to expose the truth. Then we're going to get to some reasoning.
Absolutely.
I ain't going in to reason first and then. But is that is that an effective tactic in your from your point of view, Atta? Because I guess maybe it is a matter of like just preferred tactical strategy. Like I'm going to reason first and then like slowly enchant these people after I appeal to after I make myself a non-threat.
Well, see,
then
what
I'll
the deal
slowly
is
work on their ass.
See what the deal is. She didn't want. The way people look at crystals and the way people look at actual religion is two different perspectives. So it's already in the minds of people enough that what she's doing is absurd. So what she didn't want to do was go in and just upset the apple cart that bad. She ain't trying to burn the house down. See, Conscious is going in to burn the house down, throw away the bridges. Look, it's going to be on like a pot of neck bones. That wasn't her strategy. She's going in with the intent to try to teach people. You cannot teach these people. See, Conscious, you would have realized that 2 minutes in, you'd be like, nah, let me go ahead and start digging. Let me start getting out the biggest shovel I can find and start digging in their asses. You understand what I'm saying? Because we all know to a certain extent that majority of Christian faith is not, you cannot reason with them because they believe what they're going to believe. She's trying to convert them. Some people you cannot convert.
But that's why I'm also asking then, because with us knowing all that we know, who does she think she converting then? Because Christians are like hardly the people that have like that type of conversion probability. Like these are not the people likely because of how deep and how deeply embedded and encrypted Christian colonialism, Western imperialism is into the psyches, particularly of people of the West, even though we know that Christianity is a global phenomenon because they have 1 billion plus motherfucking followers. But, this is a deep thing for most Christians. So I'm just like, who the hell you thinking you about to convert? Now, you're going to, of course, get some people who they're like, okay, she cool. She cool, I don't mind listening to see what she got going on because from what we saw from 2 hours, it was like she ain't got shit going on. So, threat to me. Hell, she ain't saying she riding on brooms and she got a familiar and she got a genie in a bottle and shit that she prayed to and all type of stuff. So but I'm like, but then what's gonna happen once they get into your shit because your brand is witchy as fuck. So it's kind of like you playing softball in one, like this is an isolated manifestation right here on this 1 versus 20. You about to just have people come over to see the extreme. So really, what was the point of taking it easy? because
See, also,
it ain't no middle.
See, also conscious in some way, shape, or form, she could be fighting herself. Because remember, she did come from a background of Christianity, right? So, so like there could be some extenuating circumstances to where she's fighting against her moral compass as well, right? So she might have been holding back.
Todd, is that your way of saying what might be possible, which is that Jasmine might have been a pick-me, and what we could be saying is not even strategy, but pick-me?
That's kind of how it felt.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
because she was deeply outnumbered in front of what she knows is millions of Christians. And I can imagine the pressure to revert back to the person that just want to be chosen and don't want to be seen as the freaky witchy bitch who is, chewing on her own toenails.
I mean,
Bubs.
And then you got to figure could be fighting her family too, because remember her family is deeply Christian, has a Christian background as well. So she would have went in there.
Her family though, she been separated. No, that's what I'm saying. See, y'all have to know she been separated from her family. She, matter of fact, had the conversation, and after she did it, because she was trying to see if there was a way to where there could be a reasoning, right? Because it's clear where she stands on. But I think it's going to appeal to the people, to Rogue's point, to that 17-year-old girl that's starting to question her beliefs. Bruh, a lot of people are deconstructing from Christianity in droves, sweetheart. It's like politics. This is why some people
people falling away from church.
No. We're gonna
because them hoes rushing that voting poll to vote for Christianity.
They
leaving the church.
I'm talking about.
They ain't leaving the culture of Christianity.
There are a lot of people conscious that are leaving with panels and platforms larger than this one that are in droves. People are leaving Christianity. They're leaving behind. And what she is doing, she is appealing to be, which is more. And I'm not saying you can't be wrong. I don't think I personally don't think she's a pick-me because she's got too much already she's gained from coming to where she is. It makes more sense for her to appear to be the more reasonable, the more temperamental, the person who's not speaking. You get more. I know it's not for you, but here's the thing: but there are going to be people who's looking for something, and might not be trying to.
And it's going to be so much more little of those people than it could have been had she just actually showed them where their shit is. And
she might not
own shit.
That might just be upsetting the apple cart where her she's separated from her family, but how far being separated and being removed from your family is two different stories. All right, she done went in there and burnt
she
that
physically
house
removed, but still emotionally dealing and stuck in whatever that was. Go ahead, Bob.
I just want to say really quick.
Yes.
My apologies, just real quick. I ended up watching the whole entire thing. So there are, I think, some of the questions that y'all have or concerns, I feel like y'all will get the answer. That's why I said I kind of wanted to go like to the last prompt and then the following situation. Because to CTV's point, yes, the climate that we're in right now, we didn't try to appeal. We didn't try to have conversations. Hell, there are people who are in Christianity who tried to talk to. For example, there were 2 queer pastors who had their doctorates, all these degrees. They're queer pastors, questioning religion, all this type of stuff. They start to have a debate with these religious platforms or whatever, sitting there arguing with them, basically coming with all the information, using their book against them. But because they are gay, it don't matter, because now you don't have moral thing. The thing with the Bible and the way that they have been taught is that it can be used and mutated in such a way to where they're always moving the goalposts. And like IG said, which I do agree with, it's dominionism. There is nothing that you're going to say to me that is going to change my mind, which I can understand CTV then. Okay, then, well, bitch, if that's the case, then let's motherfucking show it then. Let's do it.
Right,
I understand that part too, because we're not doing enough of that, which is why they're fucking us up. And if we're going to go into these rooms, girl, and they already see us as demons, well, goddamn, maybe we need to be on our little Nas X shithole and start twerking on the devil and saying, come get us, bitch. Again, it was 20 of y'all hoes, and the witch left. Without the bitch went in and smoked. You hoes had to pray. You hoes had to do this. You hoes had to call her demons. You hoes had to play in her face. And you hoes fail. And then on top of that, bitch, how does it feel to know that the witch is more Jesus Christ than you bitches? How is that? How is that I can over here and understand you hoes? One thing you never will do. It makes people look differently. Oh, well, how's it that I'm walking and honoring the principles of love, which is more inclusive? You know, that DEI that you hoes talk about, but yet y'all express that? Now, I do feel like it should be a merge of that. It should have been like, okay, I'm coming in here nice to be able to show you hoes how delusional these hoes are. And now that we've clocked that, bitch, press the gas. I think it should have been a hybrid of that. It should have been, again, the Trojan horse. We know how these hoes play. That's why I said in the comment section, play these hoes game the same way. Reverse the motherfucking Uno card and Uno out on these bitches. Uno out on them. So that's why I said, even though this conversation was not as productive as it possibly could, it generated this live here to where the next time that they start doing this shit, we need to start saying at CTV, at CTV, at CTV. We got to do our part.
Why?
To be able
Because
to push
I'm
that.
not debating nobody.
Okay, it don't have to be debating. We're talking about scorching the earth.
What if it comes with a nice check?
We want to
What
see
if
you
it
scorch
comes
the
with
earth.
a nice? What if it comes with a
We want to
nice
see
check?
it.
What if it comes with a nice check and you get to set up the prompts in the premise?
I need to choose the people too.
No shade. No shade.
Because that's the problem.
Agreed.
Is that you can have all of the nice props and everything, but if you bring in stoic people who ain't coming with no type of curiosity and who not integral to admit, oh, that's what the text does say. That's what the history actually is. That is what. Then I can't do it.
Conscious.
I can't do it.
We gotta get rumors in here too, y'all. We gotta get rumors in here.
Because I would rather be the representation for what it looks like when people in real time change their motherfucking minds.
Agreed. Agreed.
That's what I need to see.
Because what I have found out, especially for what I learned in college about debating, they don't debate on good faith, Conscious. They just don't. And once 5 minutes in, Conscious realizes they're not debating on good faith, you get ready to burn that place down, and you know what? That channel will be discontinued, like you said before, but it will go viral. And it'll probably get a lot of views, but they'll be like, damn, we doing that shit again. Right? They just don't debate
like
in good
an
faith.
outdated formula, but because like whether these debates are political, whether they are social, whether they are religious, I never see the positive fallout from them. I always just like, what's the purpose? Because obviously it's obvious that like Dr. Daf Show, like she cultivated a certain type of an audience of people who have already deconstructed this situation. So that's nice to see that, you know, it's nice to see those people active and people who are in the comment section who, you know, have already deconstructed, but with the majority still self-IDing as Christians.
There are a lot of closet deconstructionists, boo. That's always been around. IDing as a Christian and actually being one internally is two different things. There are more people who identify for Christian because what it means in this life and the groups and the acceptance. So yeah, a lot of people definitely ID as Christian. And the thing what I notice is the person being from the outside and in, y'all all debate of what it looks like to be said Christian. It's not concise. So there are a lot of people IDing as Christian all the time and not really believing in none of that shit.
That is true too, but I can just tell you this: when in these open forums of debates, when people have conflict with their moral compass, there's three things that they do. The first thing is they accept it. The second thing they do, they reject it, or they flight it. They run from it. Okay, and what we're starting to see in these open forum debates is that the people who are going up here to debate these things, right, are either not knowledgeable because they're not true to oneself about what they're debating about, or there's always some hesitance about being canceled. All right, so they trying to go hard, but they ain't trying to go too hard. But then again, like I said, Conscious, you don't have those obstacles, Conscious. And I think you would really do good on the debate stage, Conscious. I have oftentimes said that you could go national, Conscious, and you wouldn't have to. And I know you wouldn't succumb to the wilds of the world. You just wouldn't do it because you stand on something that a lot of people can't stand on, and that is called principles. Okay, a lot of people can't do what you do, Conscious. There's a lot of people that can't do a lot of things that people on our panel can do. They can't do it. That's why it looks awkward to us. That's why. So yes, I like what you do here because it exposes the real truth about things. It exposes the truth about people, and it exposes the truth about where and how they stand, because those things matter. It's not how you stand or where you stand, right? But it matters for both, how and where. Those two things are very important because it tells a lot about the individual themselves.
Y'all would want me to do a 1 versus fucking 20?
Hell yeah. I think you would tighten. I think you would put boots to asses.
Mix the group. Mix crowd of 20.
I think it should be you and a few other people, because if it's going to be Omega level motherfucking Civil War, get the best of the best. And even for those individuals, and after this, I would love to get
I don't know who that would be because I don't be trusting nobody else.
I understand, but there are other people out there that we don't know that we can possibly vet and just see what the case may be. If not, I mean, we know that you can do it on your own, no shade. But I'm just saying, like, if it's gonna be
I'm better.
Okay, well then again, if
they do one-on-ones. They do one-on-ones like the evil. That's a good one.
Because they said that even she was supposed to be like 1 or 3, right? It was supposed to typically be 3 versus 20. But other people didn't show up or whatever.
That particular platform right there, they is never
use some goddamn witchcraft to accomplish that. Go ahead, Rumors.
Yeah, they don't. It don't always be. Well, first of all, they do be unmatched. Hey, everybody. That's number one.
Hey, Rumors, how's everything? How's everything going?
Rumors, hey.
Love and light. Yeah, I stayed on mute for a long time. Y'all was saying a lot of the things that I was thinking. To me, she did not represent as well as I would have thought, because I didn't see the whole thing. I saw clips here and there throughout social media, but I was low-key disappointed. And I do believe in moving with discernment, but like when you think about Christians don't give a fuck how they show up. I ain't met a Christian yet that cares about showing their ass or not showing their ass, and as a representation of who they serve. Like, they just show that they don't really give a fuck. Not all, but in general. I think there was a way, Conscious, your talking points, I definitely agree to. The Bible, just using the Bible alone, if she would have just relied on just her knowledge. Because I'm going to be honest, even though she said some things, like, I get it. I totally get it, understand. I just didn't feel like she stood on business. She actually came across at times like as if she not too familiar with the scriptures and thorough, because there was always something. That's one thing about the Western Bible, specifically King James International, all those that were interpreted through King James. There's always in those scriptures another scripture that will contradict the previous scripture. And anytime you sit down and have a conversation, whether it's just general or debate, whatever, with a Christian, and you just use and rely solely on their source for their talking points, they can never, ever have a reasonable conversation. They cannot even combat. They're always left discombobulated because they stick to one verse of a scripture and they make that the end all of be all. But if you go and you bring another scripture that can be combative, especially when they love to rely on the Old Testament, they love to refer the Old Testament, but when you go into the New Testament, right, and use that because, quote unquote, this is really the text that we're supposed to be honoring and operating through, right? The New Testament for Christians. The Old Testament is referenced so that you can see history, etc., but the New Testament is what you're supposed to actually be guiding, like living according by, right? Using as a reference, right? When you get to the New Testament, they then suddenly change and decide that the New Testament doesn't hold a real reference point because this is the foundation was in the Old Testament. You'll always be able to, if the goal is to show the insincerity, the hypocrisy, and the true lack of knowledge. If that are those the goals, all you have to do is just use solely that Bible. And it's effective every single time. Now, this particular show is for representation. This is one of the main reasons why they have these different spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs, and even when it comes to social capitalism, all of that. This is why one of the main focal points to have people from different backgrounds, thoughts, and practices come and sit down and have a conversation, right? She's to represent a witch. And honestly, if that was the goal and objective, if no one knows who she is, don't know she have her own platform, what her background is, whatever, just solely based upon this, she failed. And in my opinion, she failed miserably. I know a witch is not all this hocus pocus, abracadabra, right? But there are people that genuinely that think that that's what it is and have no real idea. And her talking points did not give enough of, or show enough of, or teach enough of who she is and what she practices. There was not enough of that. And there was a way for her to do that if she would have solely used the Bible, because in the Bible, it talks about dinosaurs. It talks about spells, right? It talks about aliens. It talks about science. That book literally had more than enough ammunition for her to not only display and show who she is, how she identifies, because that book as well supports what she says, right? Who she says she is. That was more than enough ammunition right there to shut all of them other bitches the fuck up. But when you have someone, which is a teaching moment, because I'm not going to beat down on her, because it's definitely a teaching moment. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. Anytime you are deprogramming yourself and unlearning bad practices while embracing new practices and teachings, it will always be like a like a entanglement, and you will find yourself in conflict. Anyone that has, I call reform. I don't believe in labels, right? But if I had to use a label, I would consider myself a Reformed Christian. I'm a believer of Christ. I subscribe to the teachings of Christ. But I know that Christ is bigger than a label, right? But for those that say they are Christians, 9 times out of 10, they've inherited a belief system, and they have not gone beyond that. And that's not just in Christianity, that's in the majority of other religious teachings and doctrines. People don't extend themselves. And one thing's for certain, two things for sure. I do understand why Conscious is saying that he wouldn't go into a space to have a debate, because when people come in without being open-minded, if you come in with the intention of just trying to prove your point, then you're not coming from a legitimate place where a real healthy conversation can be had, that even if you don't, or you will not leave there having any motivation to want to practice or look any further, but you can actually see and come to a space of understanding versus denouncing. And that's the biggest problem that I have with Christianity. One of the major problems, because all of the talking points that come from most Christians is about denouncing. Someone happened to denounce what they believe that works for them. You have to denounce it because I say that my way is the only way. And I think that is totally a slap to the creator, because there's more than one way to skin a cat. And ultimately, as long as the cat gets skinned and the cat, doesn't become something poisonous to the body, why the hell do I care that you decided to you decided to ball and throw the cat in the boiling water to get the fur in the skin to loosen up and separate easily, than to sit there and fucking be struggling trying to pull the fucking fur back on the cat, skin the cat. I don't care how you get there. Just get there. But in all of this, the irony of it is that you're allowing yourself to be placed in a space, and you left that space. You may have left that space whole, but for the audience that were watching, because I believe there were people that were not necessarily looking for her to act a fool, be aggressive or anything, but there were people that were looking for information. There were people, I don't give a damn if it was only two. There were people that were looking for the information. There are people that are conflicted, that are looking for answers, that want more, that are craving more knowledge and understanding. And in totality, neither group, not she didn't do it, and neither did the 20 fucking Christians. All I saw, not necessarily making a Jasmine's issue, but all I saw was a bunch of egos, as per usual. Somebody wanted to prove that they right and they know every fucking thing, when we know that there's no being on this earth that knows every fucking thing.
I'm gonna say something controversial. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll wait till you're done. I'm gonna say something very controversial, but I'll wait till you're done.
No, but to IG, I was gonna say, to IG's point, I don't believe it's in a large number, but I do think that there were people that people that are higher mind, higher thinking, more evolved in themselves, that will leave with that takeaway. Like, look at how she conducted herself versus how they conducted themselves in their energy. Even if nobody got rah-rah, you could just see it in their energy, their body language, right? There are people that are going to have those thoughts in their takeaway from just the behavior patterns. But when it comes to look at, I hate keep referencing him, but look at Trump, right? He don't give a flying fuck. There are people that's in this world don't give a flying fuck about how they show up in this world. All they give a fuck about is being able to do what the fuck they want to do and have what the fuck they want to have. They don't give a fuck about representation. So if maybe in the future, if she does these type of collaborations again, maybe she needs to know the people, because I have to believe that there are people that are invited to come on this show. I've seen too many of these different lives where sometimes you have one-on-one, sometimes you have 5 versus 5. You know what I'm saying? I have to believe that a person being invited to come and sit down and have these type of dialogue would have a say-so about who they're going to sit down and have this dialogue with. So vetting maybe need the next time she does something like this, maybe she needs to know who she's going to be sitting down with to have a conversation, so that she can show up and give her representation. If she's on TikTok all witchy, she can be on YouTube all witchy.
So apparently,
because that will make someone feel like that. Huh?
Apparently she is on YouTube at Jasmine Gardens. But how do you feel about IG saying that she operated in a way that was more marketed toward people who may be deconstructing, curious about deconstructing, questioning, and so quote unquote playing it down to appeal more reasonable than to rep her witchy set was a part of a ploy to appeal to the in between?
Well, that goes back to our conversation in the previous lives. why are you trying to compromise with people that are never going to accept you, never going to validate you, never even just
No, they're not accepted that
give you the benefit of the doubt?
he was talking about it from the perspective of like people.
No. I
like
not to that
to
perspective.
the group, like not to the group that she was directly in front of, but to the viewers who are viewing the content and the people within the viewership who are questioning, curious, in-betweeners, and
I don't
She's
believe.
like
I don't
wanting
believe
to
that's what
target
she was
those
She's the
doing.
people.
only one. She's the only
I
one
don't
who
believe.
provided that space, though, in presentation. Even as a person who don't believe, she is the only one that provided that space. And y'all don't see it, and
I
I
don't
get
believe
it.
that was behind. I mean,
Go
I
ahead.
don't believe that was her intention. I don't. I believe that she thought her focal point. She focused on the group. I really don't believe that her intention was for the audience to see a different depiction of a false narrative that's been projected by anyone that is mystical, anyone that does, work in, indulge in spell work and things of that nature. I don't believe that. I think that she was trying her best not to give them the ammunition to weaponize the false narratives. I don't think it had anything to do with the audience. But again, to your point, I do believe that there are some people that will view and have viewed it and have had the same thought patterns and talking points that you've had. Because
I've heard a lot of people
of the
say that,
stigma.
like, yeah, they said that, like, I'm not even a Christian, but based off of the loving brand of Christianity, of meekness, and even for the spiritual bitches on the other side who are questioning things, guess what? They gonna say, y'all, she showed the fruits of the spirit. She
Well, no,
been fruit.
absolutely. Now that's one
But that's what I'm
thing
saying.
that
But that's a strategic. But that's what I'm saying for people who are already see, because when people are in between a space, and she also understands people are outside of a space. She showed even the bitches that are Christian. Cause wait a minute, cause there gonna be some Christians. See, let's just be honest. This is what we think, and we're saying that we're saying this off of our experiences. But I think it can vary. There are a lot of people who are Christian who aren't even deconstructed, who are gonna be like, well, wait a minute. I believe in the God of inclusion. I'm like Pearson. I believe in the God. I'm like Christian A. Smith. Wait a minute. I believe that you can have a personal Jesus. Baby, she appeared the most reasonable and rational on all extremes. Now, I don't know, that might not be y'all interpretation, but there are gonna be some bitches that gonna even say that are Christian and be like, that bitch showed more of the fruit of the spirit. That bitch showed more of the inclusion of Jesus Christ. That bitch was not prideful. That bitch was not boastful. That bitch was not loud. That okay, but hey, that's
You
why I don't do. That's why I don't fuck with y'all's religion, because it's deifying your picks and chooses, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
you cannot slay what you still respect. Okay, she still respect that Bible because somewhere in her mind, remember, you just can't undo 17 to 18 years worth of programming. Not on your own, you can't. Heck no. Somewhere
I don't.
deep down in her well-being, what if she is wrong? Okay, what she's still thinking this. What if she is? You cannot slay what you still respect. She still respects that Bible. That's why she
I
didn't
think
go
she,
in.
she
I'm sorry. Go
understands
ahead.
that other people. She understands that's your perception, but one can easily say no. She understands that most people respect it. Oh, there's a difference. You're
Well,
projecting that
I
even.
mean, clearly she laid that one of her talking points was to emphasize that she is a Christian, although
She come from a Christian back. No, not that she's not a Christian. She said my spiritual, when they asked us as a smoothie, she said I came from a Christian background,
She's
and she
culturally
also made
Christian.
it distinct Christian. Yes, and she
Culturally
also made it
Christian.
clear once I found out that the God of Abraham doesn't have. She made it. Y'all just I don't know what y'all see. Y'all wanted the FBA response instead of the ADOS response. I'm gonna just say that's what I feel. Y'all wanted the FBA response instead of the ADOS response. Because
And
she
what
said
if you
it.
had a person, IG, who was coming in either one of them names who actually didn't do either one of those jobs? Because that's how I feel about Jasmine. Like, it wasn't like, I almost didn't see anything spiritual.
But again, that's why the Trump supporters out here voting, and they see that their dominion and their 7 kingdoms, which I knew about too.
If Dr. Daff wanted a pure, if Dr. Daff wanted a intellectual, one intellectual versus 20 Christians, then this would have been fine. But this was one New Ager / one witch versus 20 Christians. I agree with Arumas. I don't think that she thought that far out in terms of like considering the viewers. I think that she really thought she was eating, and I think that she thought she was eating. And I think
Christian mystic.
And and this other part, not only do I think that she thought that she was eating, but I also think that, because everybody's not a strategist, and I think that she did. I think she went into this thinking that when they say something Christian, if I remember that there's a text in their own shit that I can correlate it to, I will, but I'll just like try to defend my witchiness with my stuff. And that's when she kept getting into like, oh, healing crystals have healing power and God is the universe, and I channel spirits and this, that, and the third. And I'm just like, girl, their ears are off. They're offline. They don't know. They don't even understand what you're talking about. Like, huh? Like, you've got to talk their language, and you got to use that goddamn Bible against their ass, because there are mediums in the Bible. There are people who summon spirits and witches in the Bible. Like, everything that you want them to understand about how,
Conscious,
like,
she wasn't there to do that, Conscious.
Like, I really felt like she would have got one piece with honey, sticking to the commonality, which she could have accomplished not only with the 20, but with the 20 million who would watch in the aftermath of this live stream, had she focused on the commonality and used their scriptures to merge both worlds, because you can actually do that with the Bible. She just didn't seem to be skilled enough to do that. And the Christians obviously weren't skilled enough to be able to use their Bible either to do what they were trying to do, because they had to yield to science, just like she had to yield to her shit. Like, it was kind of a dropping of the ball on both sides, but like, I know that this would have been a much more impressive and dynamic debate that really would have wild because all of that comment section is filled with is, oh, they are privileged and they are so arrogant and da 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 da, and that's cool. But there are more people trapped into the culture and the personal of Christian religion, and you really could have shocked their brains by just using the correlating method. I'm going to show y'all the correlation between both worlds, because we're not different from each other. We never have been. And at times I thought she was about to crank and do her Soldier Boy, especially when she went into that shit of like, oh, y'all are the babiest of the religions, and that y'all are the one who stole off with everybody's shit. I'm like, oh, okay, we're getting okay. She's cranking that Soldier Boy, but then she never took off. She cranked it, but then she didn't get off the ground. Right. She never pulled out of the parking lot with it. I'm like, oh God. So,
can I use an example? I want to use a real life example of something that happened in my life. So I've been deconstructing for many years, but like Jasmine, I was raised staunchly in the church. I mean, I'm born in the church, slept in the church, like literally, like prayer, fasting, speaking in tongues, all of that kind of stuff, deliverance, demon casting, all that kind of stuff. But you would think I would still be a Christian, but so when she said I'm culturally Christian, I knew exactly what she was saying, because that's what I am. But I still believe in other, forms of spirituality, and I still practice other things. But I have an auntie, my oldest aunt. Now she's staunchly religious, the most religious person in our family. But she's like very aggressive with it. She's not like some people. She's very cocky. She's very aggressive, like very assured, like this is the way, no other way. So I was talking to her a couple years back about something. A person in our family was on life support, and I made the comment in the midst of we were having a nice conversation, sweet conversation, and then I messed up and said something about the silver cord. I said, "Well, her silver cord isn't broken." And so when we got to the end of the conversation, she said, "Let me ask you something. Why did you mention the silver cord earlier?" And I said, and I kind of punked out. My brain started recalculating because remember, this is an elder I'm talking to. I don't want to be disrespectful. Uh, and she's also very aggressive and she could be hostile when it comes to like the devil is a lie, that kind of thing. And so I could started to try to remember where I first heard it from. So I went straight to the evangelist that I heard talking about it. I said, which wasn't the first person I heard. I heard it from because I was studying astral projection. But my mind went just to acquiesce to her. I said, "Well, I heard an evangelist. I heard a preacher talk about it, and blase, blase, blase." And then the more I went on, the more I could feel her spirit just like, So I said, I backpedaled. I'm admitting that openly. I punked out and I backpedaled and I said, I won't use that anymore. I won't use that word. Yeah, she said, yeah, you got to be careful because because when I was talking, she said, yeah, a demon. And so it made me feel like it made me kind of curl up, and then I became more timid. And then it wasn't until I got off the phone with her later that I remember, oh, that actually is in the Bible. I remember. Why didn't I remember this when I was talking to her? And you know why I didn't remember? Because I was in fight or flight. My anxiety went up and I couldn't remember. All I could think about was, I don't want to upset her. I don't want to upset her any more than she's upset. So I think that it's very possible, very easy, that Jasmine could have tripped up a couple of times, specifically when she mentioned the crystals. Going back to the crystals, that's what I felt she did at that moment. Because she's only one person, no matter how bad she is, she's only one person, and you got 20 different women sitting there with their faces balled up, ready to attack. So I think kind of a couple of times, I think she kind of backpedaled. That's how I felt. I literally felt that way when I was watching it. So anyway,
I think that it would be wise for anyone, no matter what your spiritual practice or whatever your belief system is. I think it would be wise to know that if you're going to get out here, not to say that you cannot live in your truth and express yourself, right? But we have to be careful and knowing what all of this encompasses, even just coming up here to a panel, you know what I'm saying, what it all encompasses. If this is something that, and I guess you won't know until you have that first experience, whenever that can be in life, but you cannot, when it comes to you, who you are, what you believe, you cannot be afraid to stand in your truth when it comes to engaging with others. There's a way to be respectful, and when I say respectful, that does not mean cowering down. That does not mean that you mute yourself, that you devalue yourself, lessen yourself to appease another person. At the end of the day, there's no way anyone is going to convince me. Some people you don't know until you actually in it. You can watch something, but until you in it, you don't know what that feels like or how you're going to respond. But you can never say that you're being true to yourself if you're suppressing who you are in order for another person to feel comfortable. you're doing not only yourself an injustice, but that person an injustice, because then people expect for you to show up one way, and that's not true to who you are. And then the day and the moment that you do show up in your authentic self, now you have pushback, even though I think that we should be kind enough to allow each other to change. Whether it's 5 minutes you one way, the next 5 minutes you change. But the totality of that is that by you presenting yourself one way in one aspect, and then you show up another way in another aspect because you aren't true to yourself, then you failed yourself, and you can't be upset. Now you can still correct the person, but you can't be upset with their perception of who you are because you gave them a false narrative of who you are, trying to acquiesce and please them. I hope that's not what Jasmine was doing. Again, there's a lot to be taken away. I can see IG's perspective. I can see Conscious perspective. I can see actually everybody, Todd, D-Rock. I can see everybody's perception in this interpretation. But overall, in my opinion, I think my sis needs to go back, watch this footage, do some internal work, because she has a lot of work to do. And I wish that when they bring people on, that, I mean, maybe it was the point to have her brand expanded more, exposed more to different people or whatever. But I do think that people need to know what they're getting into and have a pure objective. If the objective maybe was just to get up there and get the numbers, get more exposure. If the objective is to spread more awareness to your practices, if that was the goal, she dropped the ball in my opinion. If the goal was, like I said, just to get the exposure, more exposure, she's done that. But for when it comes to the whole Christian conversation, just like other religious practices, it's going to always be flawed. And the number one reason why it's going to always be flawed when it comes to these religious entities is because it's all about control. It's not about people becoming more aware of who they are and finding out the purpose of why man is created and knowing how to move forward and live in this world. That ain't what they want to do. They want to control us. So I don't give a damn if you say Christian, Muslim, Jew, Gentile, damn it, atheist, what's the other one? Scientologist, whatever. I haven't found, not saying that there aren't, but I haven't found too many religious practices, entities that are geared and shaped towards people actually learning of themselves, finding their way, and just all of the things that Christ said we should be doing. We don't see that.
Atheism is not a religion.
I know it's not a religion, but I encompass that in there because people, when we get together as far as groups of people, you're going to always find in that group someone with an ill intention that is trying to actually find a way to control you.
So does atheism throughout history show that they try to control? Do we have a record of the history? Do we have anything in record history, and even during this time? Because even right now in Finland and other secular countries, they have way better quality of life. So where does atheism show where they have a rulership in the dynasty?
I've seen some.
You believe under the God.
I have seen some groups in the past. IG, no bullshit. I have seen some groups of people that said they were atheists, right? And literally were more like, I'm trying to be respectful, but literally had more talking points like white supremacists. But legitimately spoke out against spiritual entities, right? And their whole talking point was on the white supremacist aspect, underlining, and it came off as controlling. That's why I and group them in.
Right, that's your
I
experience.
think that
Right.
Romans NT
Yeah.
is trying to say is that even being an atheist is not going to absolve a motherfucker from being capable of being
Yeah,
evil ass motherfucker
Exactly.
no, I agree.
because there are a lot of
Yeah,
mad scientists and anti-humanistic ass motherfuckers who
yeah,
are completely
yeah.
without a religious and spiritual framework who are
Agreed.
evil as fuck and want to destroy the goddamn planet.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. The only reason why I just give pushback because I haven't. I would like to seek the reality where people probably didn't and see without the invisible fear and these things being interjected in reality because the atheism don't I don't have a belief in God. I don't believe in those starting point and the end. I can't tell you don't give one mammy fuck. I understand even scientifically there are certain things to a certain extent. The Big Bang is not the start of the creation, it's the molecules. I understand all those different things. I'm also realistic to understand I didn't conduct all of the scientific experience that I do creditate, right? I'm a realistic with all of those things. But one thing I don't have that y'all guys have in this conversation, I don't live my actual life in this consciousness when I sleep or think that I'm connected to some grand being. I don't have a moral code outside of myself why I choose to be the person that I am. I am that I am in that aspect. So that's different from a person when I see all of y'all who have the things that, to your point, there's just more things, unfortunately, y'all, that shows, regardless of belief, not even even outside of Abrahamic beliefs, there's some type of irrational ass ritualistic thing that happens, and people die and murdered in the name of that irrational thing or that concept or ritual, and animals and everything else is included in this debauchery of human deified philosophy. So, no, I see that it's not my opinion, it's just a matter of truth and fact that most civilization that have forms of deification, especially, now spirituality might be different. They're different. There are civilizations that might have spiritualities that don't include those things. But unfortunately, the vast majority of what troubles the world is they're theists and deists.
Well,
Unfortunately.
the talking point still remains the same. It is gotta be where in some forums I believe and support 100% collective and unity and tribalism, but I also believe in individualism as well. You just have to beware. And anyone, I will say this: the answers always lie within, regardless of what we inherit. When you're searching for information and truth, do not rely on one source. I don't think it's ever wise to just rely on one source. And anytime you're engaging with anyone, I don't care who it is, mother, father, sister, best friend, neighbor, or a fucking stranger, when you are in communication with people, never be so close-minded that you cannot have a real authentic conversation where that even if you don't believe, you can still learn and understand. So in order to respect people, for solely just respecting everyone as a human being and having the right to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe, when you engage with these people, make sure that they are open-minded individuals. Being open-minded, just as a FYI, being open-minded does not mean that a person is going to believe or and take what you're saying as truth for themselves. Being open-minded just means that you have a heart and ears to listen, just to humanize a person. I love that you guys had this conversation. Bubs, thank you. You and Shonda, thank y'all so much for getting conscious to talk about this. I mean, we do have spiritual conversations often, but I do think that this was a good conversation just to have, because just like as Black people, we're not monolithic. As Christians, for the most part, we're not supposed to be monolithic. The same thing can be said of spiritualists. Same thing can be said of mystics. Everyone does not 100% practice or subscribe to the same beliefs. And I think that is okay. Long as you ain't trying to push your shit on me and tell me my shit is wrong.
I concede. Yep.
Unless your shit is wrong.
Well, long as it can only be wrong.
All
It can
y'all
only be
bitches scare
wrong.
me. All y'all bitches
Curtis,
scare me. All
it
y'all
can only
bitches
be
scare
wrong if
me.
it
I'm gonna just
brings
put that
harm.
out there. All
If
y'all
it ain't
bitches
causing no
terrify me.
harm, we good. I love y'all.
I love you too.
Yeah,
Good
baby boomers.
night.
Hey.
I have a question, but I have a question,
Yes.
but I know,
I love
but
rumors.
before,
Hey.
I know Todd had something controversial to say, so I
Let me
wanted
drop
to.
the. He had dropped down, so he ain't even up here no more. You can go ahead and ask the question.
Oh, so I know you had said about like you would want to choose who you debate, but my question is, and this question is in general to anybody, if it's the truth, should you need to vet the person who's receiving it, or should
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Because aren't there people who are interested in the truth and not interested in the truth?
Well, the Bible says the truth will make you free. It says it
Who
will
said
make
that?
you free. So that's the Bible says that. It says
No,
the truth will make you free.
baby, I'm gonna need to get the cataracts clear because the Bible don't say nothing about no goddamn make you free.
Well, it will set you free. Let's just. It does say that at least, but my understanding that in the original language it meant
Yeah,
make.
but what's leading up to that text is a person who's willing to be free. The truth in and of itself doesn't have the power to force you into freedom. And truth works the same way universally across all scales. It's about readiness for truth. Just like it could be true that you love somebody right now and they don't love your ass right now. And they can't benefit from that love until they're what? Ready to do so. It don't matter how much of the truth it is that you love them. So
I like
truth
that
is a
interpretation.
truth is a two-part tier where it got to be the truth or whatever the hell it is, since there are trillions of truths, and then the other part of that is a willingness. And Christ tells you that in the New Testament when he is talking to the disciples about a eunuchs. Let whomever here today can receive and accept what I'm saying, do so. See, Christ only dealt with the cooperative components. People who wasn't with that shit, he let them go on about their business. Just like that man who chased him down for the kingdom of God. He said, "What must I do?" He said, "Well, give all of your wealth away to the poor and come and follow me." That man said, "I'm good on that. I'll catch you on another day." And Christ let him be good on that, and Christ went on his way. It wasn't no debate. It wasn't no anything.
I like that rhyme. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, the truth can't nothing override your will. God won't even do that. God won't even overwrite your will. So the truth damn sure won't. God respects the principles of free will.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're ready to be free, you shall be free. So you damn right. I want to make sure that if I'm going to waste my fucking time and my good hair and my stylish ass shit and pooch through and deal with a bunch of motherfucking niggas that on a regular day I would have been in my house rubbing my motherfucking pussy, minding my goddamn business, and I got to be tiptoeing through the motherfucking world talking to fucking buffoons, that if I'm going to be doing so, bitch, that it's going to be well worth all 4 hours of my time.
I'm screaming.
Because I prefer to do nothing than to talk to idiot motherfuckers. So yeah, I want to vet. They don't have to come in here blank-minded. I just need people who are integral, because everything that we're going to be talking about ain't going to be pretty subjective, bitch. We're going to be talking about some objective ass sciences, some objective ass history, some objective ass shit too.
Correct.
I'm not dealing with no motherfucker who is bold enough to look the facts in the face and be like, nah, I don't believe that. Because when it comes to facts, bitch, you don't have the luxury of a belief system. So yeah, I'm not only going to need a check, and I'm not going to also only need a producer privilege, but I'm going to need to determine who the fuck is the 20. Who versus who is bursting off the Omega and
I hear you, Miss Perry. I hear you, Miss Perry. Tyler, bitch, you gotta have full creative control.
Well, I'm driving, bitch. I want the whole boat. Ho, get off.
The whole boat. I'm screaming.
But would you be okay with just the 20 people? So the 20 people,
because I don't have time for the foolishness. And that's gonna be the only way to get to the real shit.
Hey, at least you.
The thing about me is that I understand that everything is an art form. Fucking is an art form. Love making is an art form. Getting dressed is an art form. Beauty is an art form. Curating moments is an art form. Getting shit done is an art form. Like, there's a science to this shit. People just be throwing shit together, and they be wondering why we still end up dizzy and dazzled. Because you don't respect the art form and the literal science of how you create what the fuck you're hoping for as an outcome.
I praise.
There's an actual science to that shit.
I'm giving you a wave praise. See, bitch, I can do this and mean it. See, this is a wave praise right here, bitch. This that wave praise. You know, yes.
Y'all gotta understand, this is not the 27-year-old version of Seeds. I'm an old bitch now. I'm 40.
Seasoned.
I'm 40.
I love it, darling. And it looks well, honey. It tastes good, bitch. But see, and here's the thing about season. You only appreciate season if you got taste.
Oh, well.
Well.
You have to have taste. And you have to have taste to appreciate. Yeah, you have to have taste.
I was just thinking that's a t-shirt.
Yeah,
that's a shirt. You have to have taste. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I got to do something because I got the other shit too, the EFS. Yeah, you got to have taste. And see, and once you get to a certain part, see, my palate was always seasoned. That's why even when I was, my late teens, 18, 19, you motherfucking right. I wanted a nigga to fuck on that's 35 and 38. Not because I need a daddy or a figure. I want that season. I want the experience. I want the mind. I want the conversation. Because I don't have no daddy issues. I have a wonderful father. Besides, my motherfucking daddy is old enough to be your motherfucking daddy. He could have nutted you out in his 40s. That's my daddy. So even if you in your 30s, yes, quite literally. So you ain't got enough gray on your balls and or your booty hole for you to feel like you my motherfucking daddy. First of all, but yeah, that season I've always appreciated that maturity, and I can say yes, it probably was as abnormal of having your father had you at 60 and your mom at 47, and my mom died early. So yes, naturally I am going to appreciate. That's why my baby Chris, y'all gonna start seeing him more on Chris. That's my motherfucker. He gonna be moving out here. Y'all ain't gonna believe his age. If some of those of y'all who ain't seen him.
Because he done been here on the platform too, right? You talking about the guy you been with, right?
Yeah, who wrapped me up in his arms, and y'all be like, and everybody call him a vampire. Like every platform that see him, they call him a vampire.
Yes, baby. Definitely getting them vampire facials, honey. Devin giving an eternal girl.
Honey, I drink of him with however. Take ye often as you do, as it says as the scriptures do.
Baby, he getting that good loving, honey. Keep you youngin'. That good loving keep you youngin'.
I do this in the remembrance of him. Okay, every time I remember him
Mm-hmm.
when I do it.
Maybe we
Oh
need
my
to do a
God.
show. We need to do a show called Love After 40.
Ooh, you know what, y'all? Speaking of which, there's this. I saw this a Pop the Balloon show, Senior Edition, and
Oh
even
wow.
though it's a lot of
Oh.
white, yes, it's '50s and '60s, and it's heterosexual, but I'm not gonna lie. The first little episode I saw, I said, "This is I can see it now." It's funny as I'm gonna be 41 next month. You heard me, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like.
Congratulations.
But thank you. But the nature of me and Chris's relationship, it's like even though we don't have as much money as some of these white boomers at that age, but the nature of the simplicity, it's like, oh, I see it, and it's nice to see the exchange of people really at that age looking for interest and
Mm-hmm.
it don't matter the race. It be like it could be a bunch of white men. If there's a sister on that older, honey, they don't pop their balloon. They all wanted her. She popped their balloon. The
Yep.
first sister I saw was disappointed because unfortunately, of course, the first episode, she got to be a religious mother. Men that got money, she didn't care about none of that. Now, I understand the Trump, that's just my bias. Of course, I don't give a fuck if you want to not deal with a Trumpster. I get that, girl. But then there was men that you had that made you laugh that had so much in common. And when it came down to them not being rigid, even if they said, to y'all point to this discussion, even if he said, I do believe in Jesus, but I also respect other beings and recognize and that bothered her.
Mm-hmm.
That bothered her. So
Mm.
even though these were very good men, this best would rather be. But that's sad. You rather be. I can't. Let me just say that's my opinion. You rather have some Sky Daddy invisible dick instead of some real dick that was literally gonna fly you out and adore your motherfucking drawers and your wig. But that's
Well,
what indoctrination do.
The Bible does say, "Be not unequally yoked." So it matters how much you believe the Bible. So if that
I
person
know.
has that conviction, there's nothing really you can
Okay, but my
argue with.
question to that
That's
is
her.
how
Yeah,
much of your
that's
fucking relationship
yeah.
dynamics
That's
realistically
what
are
it
going to
is.
revolve around the goddamn Bible?
I think for black women, unfortunately, during the time, because see, the reason why I can say it to the brother's point, he's correct, and there, in the sense how people are going to interpret that, and people how they're going to pick and choose, and to the degree of that, that's going to matter. For a black, she was definitely a black American woman. She's probably seen and experienced certain things and have been in an indoctrinated way where she had less rights. And remember, it's an Abrahamic God. It's all male energy here. Adam, he, him, and his pronouns. God of Abraham, he, him, and his. In the English, I understand that the original language is disputed, but baby, we don't live and focus on the original language, so we can miss that. I'm saying that internalizes in her reality. She has the feeling that she's of the fault of man according to the book of in the book of Genesis, but then the reality reaffirms that in patriarchy how they are treated, and then she internalizes that. So yeah, for certain people in conscious who where their indoctrination isn't just because they're weak of spirit or mind, it's affirmed. It's affirmed in the reality. It's instituted. It isn't just how you pray as an atheist. I'll stand 10 toes, I'll down at him. I wish it was just people praying and having this personal relationship. But again, it's an institutionalized reality 6-4.
Mm-hmm.
So for black women of a certain age, yeah, she's been beaten to a certain level of submission and maybe physically for that matter. So where that reality is very real. And that's up to be honest, that's the truth for most people who believe in my opinion. I know people might not like it, but I have more data, statistics, and facts to back up what I'm saying, and not just church or it's institution.
Conscious, I meant to ask you, with this, going back to what we were just talking a few minutes ago. So let me ask you this. So let's say you vet all 20 people or 20 Christians. Would you be okay with this crowd of 20 being mixed, like black, white, Spanish, male, female, married,
No,
divorced?
because all them hoes are
Okay.
washable. What you mean? Like, what race got to do with it?
No, it wasn't. I'm just saying mixed, like many different backgrounds, like kind of like how her panel was mixed.
I don't have no preference for who the hell I want to get a wash. If they want to mix it up, his legs, thighs, extra breasts, baked, fried, bitch. Hey, that's like, baby, lined up the chicken box.
Love that chicken.
You just need them to be open-minded.
What made you feel like that? I mean, like, what type of factor is that supposed to play?
No, because I would say you want to. I'm just clearing that up. I didn't think you, but since you're saying be vetted, you're not saying that I'm vetting them
That's the
to.
T-shirt. All them hoes is washable. All these hoes is washable.
Yeah,
Like different, but many different opinions. What I'm saying, many different opinions, belief systems. As long as they're open-minded, open-minded is the only ingredient that you're looking for.
Look, I'm so confident that I'll even be willing to let they don't even need to be open-minded. The key word really is integral.
Oh, there you go.
Just be
Gotcha. Integral.
Integral enough to when we're talking about facts, we can all come to a unanimous agreement.
Agreed.
Because baby, that's gonna create some craters all by its motherfucking stuff when it comes to some facts. So that's the more important thing that I'm looking for. The open-mindedness is going to be the result of being able to unanimously agree to some facts.
Let's be dark. Let me be dark for a minute. What would y'all think about a person? See, because I have no problem defending atheism and everything. I will use. Spoiler alert. I am going to use every single piece, not just the text of the Bible. I am going to use how it is instituted, canonized. There's pieces of it. I'm going to say as an atheist, bitch, God is real. And I'm going to show you the
I manifested in flesh what y'all had failed to do. Yeah.
I am going to show you, bitch, why an atheist is showing you in real life, not what's in the book, bitch. I'm gonna show you why it's real. Oh, I'm gonna give you something you not only can feel, you are going to have to digest. Oh yes, yes. They don't put. That's why they don't put ADOS bitches on the stand. That's why people don't want to have the conversations with us. That's why none of the big parties don't want to talk to us. Because what do you mean? I would have. That's why she didn't. Y'all think she didn't go far for y'all? Bitch, the way that I like Naruto and I consider myself a genjutsu user, because I want that mind. I want your perception of reality. Fuck the fireballs. I want if I was a mutant, I'd want to be a telepath. A telepath. I'd want to be a telepath.
Oh,
and a telekinetic.
Telepath.
I'd be a telepath.
Speaking of telepaths, we're gonna get back to that, but I need to know since you just reminded me. Speaking of telepaths, we ain't got to talk about it right now. But Conscious, I did want to know what you thought about. Well, if you even seen it, the new Spider-Man movie with Jean Grey. I wanted to know your thoughts on Jean Grey.
I created X-Men. I was gonna watch Spider-Man for the sake of my creation, of course. And Jean Grey's one of my favorite She's one of my favorite.
I know. That's why I'm asking because I know that's your girl.
But it's gonna have to be titled the X-Men or the Spider-Man New Day review.
Okay.
So we'll talk about it in another video. I don't even think that Bub saw it. Have you saw it?
Nope.
I don't know if IG saw the Spider-Man movie. Have you seen it, IG? You on mute. You on mute. On mute again.
I said no, I have not.
Y'all gotta watch.
Yeah, I gotta go see it, man. So
you saw it
It's
already,
one of the better. Yeah, I went to. I think the first week it came out. I got it. Yep, I went and saw it. I enjoyed it, but there was some things I didn't enjoy. But we'll get to that. You
Yeah,
know.
we'll get to that. Let's see, if I can go live tonight, I ain't got shit to do, to be honest.
Oh, well, bitch,
I don't
I'm
know.
off. Don't play with me. I got weed and I got wine. Don't threaten me
Ooh,
with a good time.
ooh.
But
Come on,
y'all ain't
Bar.
seen it yet.
Yeah,
See,
that's what I was
me
just about to
and
say.
D-Rock
We
can
got
go
to.
live
Oh,
right after this, but y'all ain't even seen the damn movie yet.
well, damn. I
And
mean,
Bubs ain't
tell
gonna see it
me.
to damn 2027.
You
So
damn right. See,
Oh,
I might as
I'm
well
like
get the
that.
spoiler shit now and just go back and watch it. Get a
Yeah,
greater
I'm done
understanding.
anyway. We can still do it because I've done that plenty of times. Y'all, I didn't see Black Panther until 2 years after it was out,
oh my
and
god.
I watched so many spoilers and
Are you not a
nonsense.
fan of Marvel?
Oh, I love Marvel.
Or you love Marvel? So why take you so long to see
This
Black
it's
Panther?
just the thing is, and it's a thing with me. When I hear a lot of people hyping a movie,
Oh, I'm the
I
same way.
typically like
Yeah.
to wait till after it
Like
dies
that.
down
Mm-hmm.
and I can hear certain things and just be like, all right, but I'm the type of person, shit, if I'm planning to go to the movie and spend this $40 on this ticket, bitch, I didn't hit this ball before this Uber pull up. I got a blunt in the pocket I'm gonna hit. I know I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
spend money. I didn't took a shot before I get here, I'm gonna have a shot. I'm gonna be in this movie. So where
Yeah.
I'm gonna be in this
Okay.
movie like really buzzing and feeling good, like, all right, now let me see what it's hitting before you heard me. But
Mm-hmm.
so y'all we can talk about it because if you can read context clues and analogies,
Oh yeah,
it
because it'll
will be to
definitely
the
be a
series.
spoiler review.
Yes.
I heard that people say, but I've seen people say yes, it did something. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go take my male horn Plan B pill. This is sponsored by Prep.
My God.
Oh, okay. Prepiana.
Okay, so we'll come back and do that for sure. D-Rock, I'll probably text you as soon as we wrap up here. So let me
Okay.
wrap up this with
Mm-hmm.
Bubs, and
All
then
right.
can shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. But do you have any lasting thoughts?
I did have some thoughts, but they have taken flight. Um,
Dwindled.
so yeah,
Mhm.
they've
You
dwindled.
done
So
changed vibration, honey.
yeah, exactly, change
Yeah.
vibrations. But what I will say, oh, I did mean to mention this. So she did say. So Jasmine said, I don't. People were talking about it. She said she's not a new ager. She
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
made that clear that she's not a new
Yep.
ager, but for whatever reason, they titled it New Ager versus 20
Uh-huh.
Christian.
I sent
So
you the
I don't know
video,
if that was
CTV.
I don't know if that was being shady. I don't know if that was just for to get it
I
the
think that
attention.
doctor. I think that doctor probably felt a little weary calling a black woman a witch, even if a black woman was willing to believe it a witch. Maybe
Yeah,
she
yeah.
thought it was an offensive term, or it just felt culturally
Right. That
offensive, so
makes
she
sense.
maybe preferred New Ager instead.
That makes
Right.
sense.
Something
She
about that's harsh.
considered and she considered because we do live regardless of you magical bitches, we live in a reality
Uh-huh.
where these things are also not taken away because you know what I'm saying,
Uh-huh.
that there has to be, and I would love for us to have a discussion, which there could, because see, mysticism, just y'all look up the words
Uh-huh.
mysticism and imagination, and you'll be surprised the correlation.
Yeah, I probably
Mysticism
wouldn't be because
versus
I talk a lot about how
you wouldn't be, yeah, you
yeah,
wouldn't be,
like
yeah.
a lot about like how the intuition and the prophetic and the imaginative
Mm-hmm.
mind are the same mind and it's the
Mm-hmm.
same
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
uh
Mm-hmm.
but
And
that would be a
what I
great discussion to unpack too. Hmm.
yeah, because see, I can definitely see where I'm more on the imagination
Yeah.
side of the spectrum. I have it's a it's a dash of mysticism, but it's not.
Hmm.
Or I don't want to say it. The only reason why I do because it's part of my culture.
Yeah.
There are things that I can logically deduce. Now I don't go to where everybody else is framed, but I don't come to the conclusion of knowing what was exactly that, even
Hmm.
though I have that experience. But I can be honest with myself, right? if this experiences was something that was intrapersonal, introspective, only in my mind's eye, or was there something that I imaginative defying the laws of physics? And I mean, I have drunk and took weed, and IG has been on some, other substances that'll make you see some shit too. But even when I
Uh-huh.
haven't, but even when I haven't had these
Red Bull
things,
said the only thing that'll give you wings.
so that's why. So I'm not so closed-minded to where, and I know I'm going to go.
Yeah.
This is my closing thoughts. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
shut the fuck up. I'm not so closed-minded to where just because I scientifically understand that there's a limitation, with all the more reason I'm open-minded. I'm not gonna put 20 on 10, and I
Yeah.
understand what I think. What I think is not necessarily this deified or cosmic force. I can't explain it yet, but there's a mystery to it. There's still a mystery to where these
Uh-huh.
things and thoughts come from. Still a mystery, even if you figure out how the brain functions and its utility and all that. So
Yeah.
I am not so at the same mind close-minded that there's some things that happen just coincidentally, but then there's synchronicities and there's just certain things that I can't quite explain how that ended up like that. I can logically sit here and think. So I don't necessarily. I'm more free to be like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And for me, can't speak for y'all.
It's integrity.
There's a freedom
Yeah.
and a purity and a
Yes, there is.
truthfulness in the I don't know. I love
Yep.
y'all. I'll see y'all in the
Yes.
Yes, I love that IG.
Hey.
That was our IG, y'all. That's perfect.
Yes.
D-Rock, are you gonna be able to top that?
Nope. I was about to say that's a perfect closing. I have nothing else to say.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot you a text. So I'll probably set up the next live stream since I ain't doing shit but kicking it tonight.
Okay, I'll be waiting, looking out for it.
All right. That was D-Rock. Babs.
Yes.
Child, a time was had.
And it was a good one. I appreciate it. I enjoyed everybody's perspective. I learned a lot. There was some pushback, but again, there was resolution that happened. I just wish that this could happen, on a grander scale. And no shade, we nominate you, nigga. If there's gonna be some sort of big platform ass shit, no shade. A part of me is with you on that scorch the earth. Because with some hoes, you just gotta do it. Because they trying to scorch us. So at this point, I'm gonna choose me. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely gonna need that. But this conversation was amazing. So shout out to me. And what's the other
Shauna.
Shauna? Shout out to Shauna. Okay, no shade. Shout out to both of us to get this commentary going. And make sure y'all share it.
And I'm glad I did, because had I not watched it, it put me kind of in once I started watching. I was like, oh, things were happening. But my brain started braining because I just know the content so well that as I listened, it just all started lighting up. So I'm like,
because y'all, we ended up watching the response to this, the follow up, me and CTV, and it was like a good ass conversation. I'm like, nigga, like, yeah, you need to talk about this. So the fact that you did it, it's like, it's good. I like this, and I hope that Jasmine sees it. And if Jasmine, if you see it, that would be dope to have a conversation between you and Jasmine. I feel like that would be iconic.
That would be fun. I wouldn't mind talking to her. Cause I mean, I hope if she comes across this commentary, it's not personal, Jasmine. Like I know we touched on your wig a little constructively too, but you did great, and it was nice to see people who like Christians weren't able to gaslight the fuck out of, because Christians are just really good at the gaslighting thing. So she did really well in keeping her poise and staying in her body and all of the things. And yeah, I would love to, if we had an opportunity to chit chat, I would chop it up with her. But I mean, what I say about a debate, full creative control, I'm gonna need a piece of all of the control. A piece. Yeah, maybe a piece.
That's great, man.
Tell you where they can find you at. Bubs
Yes,
God.
You can find me here on YouTube, Bubs God, Instagram, Bubs God, my photography page, Media by Bubs, Rumble, TikTok, Bubs God, Cash App, $, Bubs God, PayPal, paypal.me/Bubs God. If you enjoyed the commentary and want to slide a little coin a leprechaun way, I'm taking it in my pot of gold. So thank you so much.
I gotta make an extra banner that also has your information in it too.
Okay,
yeah. When you be over here.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Put your shit in. That was the Consciouztv, y'all. Hold on. Oh, now why would you come up, Tim, when we about to take Tim?
Well, he can say his controversial piece now.
This ain't Todd. This ain't Todd. This Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Hey, Conscious.
Hi.
Let me shut up.
No, you were speaking on a specific part where it's like where she went on there and like y'all kind of felt like she got like a little bit of discouraged or hello?
She took it a little too easy.
Yeah, okay,
When it was so easy to gather them up.
When she had explained it, she said that, when they were off camera, because I watched like the backstory of it. She said that when they were off camera, they were so nice to her. But she said when they were on camera, they like somebody started singing a song like "Victory is mine, victory is mine," and then they started like praying and stuff like that, like doing all that weird culty stuff. So she knew that she was dealing with like a lot of like delusional people.
Yeah, but that's that
if
fake.
That makes sense.
Yeah, like that's that fake church shit. That's how they do. That's that nice, nasty shit. Smile in your face.
That performative
and
stuff.
ready to judge the hell out of your ass at the same time. So I ain't surprised they acted in true Christian expected fashion. I am not surprised. I'm surprised that she was willing to follow up with two of their ass then. Because I would have had to ask them, like, so what was that about first and foremost?
Right. I would have brought that up too.
So, about since you're here, how did you enjoy? And did you watch the follow up with the two Christians too?
No, I didn't get a chance to watch the follow up with the two Christians, but I did like that debate because I feel like it's something that is needed. Well, some people say it's not a debate; it was just more of a discussion. Because it's like, when you're talking to a lot of people that has been like programmed to be, because Christianity is just it's a plant, to keep people at a bay. And, to love your neighbors, love your enemies, and all of that stuff. And then they say God is a good God, but it's like, how could you be a good God when you made a lot of bad shit? There's flaw in the morality and the mortality in the totality of it all, so it's a lot. It's definitely a discussion that, what they say new agers are like asking questions. Hello,
are you going in and out?
Say it again.
I said, it sounded like you was going in and out, but I don't think you're going in and out no more. I think you're going in and out. Yeah, it was. It was all of that. I think religion is always going to be a difficult thing to defend because of the content itself, and then my God, just content itself. It's crazy work.
My thing is this: is that I don't understand why people didn't learn with that situation. I forgot his name. That poisoned them people at the church and said they were going to the promised land with that punch.
Jim Jones.
Yeah, the Jim Jones.
Jim Jones.
The Kool-Aid.
Jim Jones had poisoned all them damn people and told them that they're going to the damn promised land. They went to the promised land, all right. I mean, it's not a funny situation, but it's like you have to, you know what I'm saying, have some type of discernment.
You do. You gotta. The cults end up sucking in people who have underlying mental and emotional issues and trauma. They're lonely. They're looking for a deep sense of purpose, and so they end up getting victimized and dragged into the pits of cults. So I think what helps is being healthy, being a healthy person. Keep you keep you on the rational, logical, sensible side, keep you from falling victim to stuff like that. But so many people are raised to not be critical thinkers. You're raised to be pick-me's and to look for social acceptance, to make sure that you do things that'll make the family proud, that'll make the church proud, that'll make your parents proud. It's about making everybody else proud but your damn self. So it's already so deeply built into us to kind of not be our authentic selves. And so Christianity, they got the numbers and they got the validation because the people that other people respect identify as Christians, and then people look at the numbers and be like, well, this must be the truth. Everybody believes it. Everybody believes it. It gotta be the truth. Gotta be. And the sad part about it is that there is a lot of truth in Christianity. There is wisdom there. There is philosophy there. There are metaphysics there. There are wonderful things in it, but it's been so heavily plagiarized and weaponized and politicized and just distorted, and it no longer looked like itself. Like the Ethiopian version of Christianity looks like the original A Little Kim, and the current Christianity is like the current version of Little Kim. Like unrecognizable. You wouldn't even know that it's the same person unless you knew it was the same person. So all of that. But thank you for coming up. We finna get out of here. We'd have been up here for 5 damn hours.
All right. Well, thank you for listening to me.
Of course.
Hey, no problem.
And you're welcome to hit that link anytime.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
That was our Tim, you guys. All right, we're out of here, you guys. Please give us a thumbs up, share, and all the things. And I'll probably see you guys again tonight. All right. Peace.